Part 1.
Hello. Welcome.
All
A
right.
little bear man.
So, what happened last time?
Are you asking?
uh,
I think about this all the time when you go, now where were we? Oh yes, the pit of despair.
yes, the pit of despair. Um, kind of literally in this session. So our party was dispatched by the sanctuary to help with the dig site organized by Miss May Gladly. Um, And as part of that, you have delved into the runes looking for pretty much anything, but especially anything that can help you track down or learn more about Mordital's Ampule, a sort of mystic device that has a tremendous amount of power, including as a bomb, a device that was stolen from the Canadian sanctuary during the attack. Um, you entered the ruins with May and Sinner, managing to slam the door in the face of Kitsune, who was trying to sneak in, assumedly to steal things. Um, and after making your way through the initial security, you found yourself in some sort of lab or workshop with a number of skeletons that were corrupted by the faceless ones, twisted and damaged. Um, and on the other side of the room, you found a giant skeleton, seemingly sealed to the wall and connected into the power and security of this place. And from within that skeleton, a being spoke, asking to be freed. When you decided to consider the matter for later, the being dispatched security on you and rounded you up before May and Fish decided to learn more about it, reach out to it, and before Fish eventually allowed it out of its prison and into their body. Um, Afterwards, the being whose name was Jonas, named so by Fish, um, said that it was seeking a new permanent body deeper in the ruins because it was too strong and would continue to burn up Fish's life force the longer they were in there. Caligin is sort of deeply distraught that this had happened. Um, Decided to do some research with her temple to try to find out a viable way to remove this creature and potentially save Fish's soul. But it involved quite a bit of heresy that it turns out her abbot was not cool with, and she seems to kind of maybe be on the outs or be in trouble a little bit with her temple. As we ended the session, the rest of you were disassembling one last trap and opening a door to take you to a hallway that is broken off in the middle, leaving to a giant chasm running through the center of this ruin. Some little pieces of ceiling held in place, but in general, this giant, deep, and dark chasm, the sound of rushing water at the bottom, and across it, a trap or something that is shooting beams of energy, of magic across the canyon, things that could potentially hit you if you tried to cross. we're going to skip forward ever so slightly as you have all come up to the edge of this crevasse and have been trying to figure out how to get across. I will say, without any perception checks or anything like that, from solid ground to solid ground directly where you are is about 75 feet. It's probably shorter than that if you're willing to go to very unstable places. And it's also seems to have bust open a lot of rooms and such. So you may be able to climb around on your side to get somewhere or do something. But you have made it to this chasm. Uh, Many of you are injured or tired from your ordeal, your fight, and so it has been decided that it's time to take a little bit of a rest. Sinner, after a little bit of back and forth with May over finding a spot that was sufficiently worn away as to not have any archaeological value, found a outcropping of rock over the canyon, which to light a little fire and to start cooking a little bit of lunch. It is only about 10 a.m., but it seems like you are safe-ish on this side of the canyon and don't know if there will be an opportunity to cook later today. So better to have it prepared. And so Sinner has just been sitting down, tending the fire, getting out his stuff to cook while the rest of you are at the edge of this chasm.
I'd like to say that Fish has been like sort of quietly chattering with Isle, just general like, "Oh yeah, I'm fine. No, how are you though? You okay? Yeah, I'm fine." But like in a moment of quiet where everyone's sitting around, they say, "Okay, hold on, everyone. I want to just clear up some things about before, if that's fine." Ladies, Zinna, Kakano, of course. I am currently a little bit possessed by the big guy from the other room. But it's okay, because he's cool. I've called him Jonas for now, and he's gonna help us get through the ruins of the what'd you say it was, May? The root warden. Yeah, that's the one. But like, no one worry, it's fine. I just wanted everyone to know.
Metal's gonna be like, I don't think possession is cool. I don't know if that's the right word.
I don't know if it's just the two of us, but that doesn't sound great. It's like a weird demon thing. Pretty concerning, actually.
Yeah, well, if there's any questions for me or Jonas, as I told you I've called him, at this time, let me know. I'll answer them.
I want
May,
Jonas.
May,
Oh, go ahead.
May, that's mostly for you. But yeah, anyone.
While everyone else is like figuring out what they want to do, I'm gonna get more May to roll. Would it be Arcana to see how much she knows about possession and its dangers?
Sure. Give me an Arcana check.
Please God, it would be a good one. Great start. Okay, that is 21.
Okay. With a 21, that's a decent amount. You don't have necessarily the religious background that Cal does, the way that possession can kind of displace the soul and make it less likely to move on, more likely to create ghosts and stuff like that. But you do know, just like from a practical magic standpoint, of like, yeah, this isn't great. Bodies were not intended to have a secondary being in there. Honestly, pretty rare for the secondary being to not completely take over and destroy whoever they are possessing. getting someone unpossessed, as far as you know, ranges from, you know, a little complicated to completely and totally impossible. And yeah, it's certainly not great. With a 21, you have heard of cases of like benign possession, where it was just like, you know, like a spirit of faith or something that could help someone temporarily. Probably not that.
So does May get a sense of like the physical dangers, like the potential loss of life force, etc., etc.?
Yeah, I think you get the sense of being like at the with a 21. I think you're like, in general with possession, best case scenario is like that's another person inside of you that can kind of take you over and put you in physical harm. Worst case scenario is like it is eating you from the inside out and it's going to be permanent.
Okay, cool. May is going to come, I guess, like, is Fish standing, sitting?
Oh, they're sitting. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So May comes over to them and, in like a very calm but like clearly concerned voice, says, "Now, Fish, I don't know how much you know about possession, but it's quite a dangerous thing. And given how strong Jonas, was that his name, seems to be, I think he may be in more danger than you realize. And I think it's very important that we help him move on as quickly as possible."
Yeah, that's the plan. So he knows about the ruin and the facility and all that. So like basically he's just going to help us get to the end. There's probably something to put him in at the end is the vibe that I'm getting, which I think would be great.
I can't help but notice you didn't answer my question, which is, did he say anything about what might happen to you if he's in here for too long?
I could ask him now. Hey!
And while I'm answering this, I want May to roll for insight, so I want to see if she can pick up if she's lying.
Okay. Out loud, because, you know, there's no point in not being candid about this. Fish goes, "Hey, Jonas!
Hello, Fish. There's no need to lie to your friends."
Well, how would you suggest I explain the situation, buddy?
You are a candle, and I have made myself as small of a flame as I possibly can.
May? I'm going to die.
Is Fish actually delivering it with this sort of like,
yes.
Great joke? Yeah, okay. May rolled a 17. Is that enough to see through the joke to like the fact that this is actually quite serious?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay, cool. May looks at Fish very seriously in the eye and puts her hand on their shoulder and says, "I can tell that you're making light of this. Love the levity. However, I would prefer you not to die. I think you've got a bit of potential. I quite enjoy your company. We're going to fix this."
Thanks. You're right yourself. And if I don't get the opportunity to say so in the future, pretty fucking hot.
May just ignores this. She takes this as the ramblings of a potentially dying person. Out of character quickly, Fish did mention the bomb and May overheard it.
Yes, the end of last session was like, well, we got to get the bomb, and then May going, what? What bomb?
Yeah, okay, cool. It's just checking that we're keeping that in, because after saying that, she then turns to like the group at large, and in a very in a sort of calm way that like a parent or a boss is clearly very worried, kind of says, "So Fish mentioned a bomb earlier. Is there perhaps something you'd like to share with me?"
Fish is looking to the others to like maybe maybe like at Metal, like
Cal gives like Metal a little nudge.
What am I supposed to say?
Don't worry, Metal. I will take care of this. Detective Kekino, and he pushes out his badge, which you can see is just a shark tooth on a little piece of string. We are here for the sanctuary as detectives to look for a thing in this place.
Metal,
With the
you
skill set.
can't have him keep speaking for you.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I think it's working, actually.
Yeah, amazing.
I don't think it is.
How is that,
he's-
Metal? Is that good? Is that
He's
right?
right.
That's-
He's
that's
not
so great.
wrong.
Yeah, that's so accurate. Exactly what the skill said.
Takano is doing a fantastic job. That is impeding Metal's job.
Thank you.
Yeah, Metal's just gonna reiterate that, we were sent here to do a job and look for some stuff, and it just happened to be here where you work, and now Fish is possessed. So we got a lot going on, but everything's fine.
Which May does not
That's
buy at all.
No.
She patiently sit there and go, and she says something like, I still get the sense that you should probably be telling me about a bomb, because if there is a bomb in these ruins or elsewhere that is affecting these ruins, and we are inside the ruins, I do think it might perhaps be wise to, tell the person who knows a lot about the ruins.
Look, May, I realize it's not what you think.
I realized how that's coming across.
As far as we know, there's no active bomb. A bomb was probably made here at some point, and we're supposed to see if we can recover the plans, find out how they did it. Maybe there's another one, but it's not like, oh shit, we gotta get out of here because it's gonna blow up. It's not like that at all. Don't even worry about it. We are fine.
That's reassuring, but you did say there might be another one.
Well, we're hoping so.
Hoping so.
Well, yeah, because, the sanctuary needs to have its weapons of mass destruction. You know how it is.
I think at this point, May is going to look despairingly at Metal and Hal and be like, non-verbally, kind of like, you gotta help me out.
It's just like Fish said. We were sent to find things that might have been related to a bomb at some point. No bombs here now, from what we're aware of, but there might just be some helpful information lying around that we were hoping to find. That's all. As far as we know, nothing's gonna blow up.
The sanctuary doesn't want to bomb anyone right now, so it's fine.
Yeah. And you know what? I've got an inside
Cal slowly
source.
puts her face in her hands and is like, I'm not better equipped to do this, and you guys are beefing this so colossally, I know it's a fuck up.
What's Sinner doing? Is he just eavesdropping? What's he doing?
Sinner is sitting
like
next
this.
to the fire. He's got a little
Sinner looks
fold-out
totally
fry
normal,
pan.
but the marshmallow is on fire.
Yes.
It has been for the last 5 minutes.
Sinner is frying up a little bit of meat for some rabbit sandwiches. He's just sitting there with his back to you all, going like, Jesus Christ. Okay, I guess I'll jump in here. So the sanctuary's trying to build a bomb, and they don't want to bomb people right this moment. But that's still a good thing, and they're looking for a bomb in the ruins.
It's about keeping the bomb away from people who will use it.
Okay.
Duh.
Well, they might already have it, but we want to know about
No. No, we don't want to bomb. Nobody's purposely being bombed by the sanctuary, the good people. We're trying to make sure no bombs ever go off.
Okay.
And that's what's going on.
So at this point, May's general expression of good cheer that your characters have come to associate with her is gone now at this point. She's very serious. And she says, I don't know how to make this any clearer. I didn't ask for the sanctuary team to come here. I'm very happy that you have. But if you've come here to look for an extremely dangerous weapon because it's fallen into the wrong hands, whether that be the sanctuary itself or someone else, you need to tell me. Because if anything in this facility could help prevent a tragedy, I want to make sure it gets to the right people.
Hey, Jonas.
Yes.
Is there anything in here, apart from you, of course, that could help prevent or cause a tragedy?
Of course.
Apart from you, I said.
Yes, of course. No, I understood the question.
Yeah. Do you know where the Monotol's ampule plans are, if they're here?
Oh. In fact, I do. Not necessarily the plans. Who knows what has survived, but I can take you to where it was made. Fish,
Okay.
my dear,
Jonas can take us.
Facility.
Oh.
There's
Yeah, that
innumerable
makes sense.
things here to destroy and disrupt.
Hmm. And what were you made to do specifically? Shoot laser beams out of your eyes? Answer the fucking question.
If I answer too readily, will you stop helping? Will your friends stop helping? Especially the very curious one there.
Well, they can't hear what this conversation that we're having. It's in my head. So, I mean, I might tell them. You know.
Very well. Let's say I'm a weapon too, developed to fight the faceless ones and their servants. A general, tactician, and army at the ready.
Makes sense because you could control the suits of armor and the swords and all that. Yeah. Hey, say, do you?
No. That was only due to me being tied into the security system. When the Root Warden left, I was put in charge of keeping this place safe. I was the intelligence in the security.
Hmm.
No, my powers were something different. And apparently, a bit of a failure, unfortunately. It's an abandoned project.
We know about that, don't we? Too soon.
Make your jokes.
Okay. Well, just one last question before I go back to implicitly just sitting here dissociating while I have a conversation in my brain. Do we like the Root Warden? Yes, no.
He served a purpose, I suppose. He and I are on the same side. He helped create me, after all. For you and the Root Warden, who knows? It's been millennia since he was here. Who could even say if he was still alive?
Okay. Guys, the plans are here.
And Metal, to clarify to May, is like, yes, those are the things that will help prevent the tragedy. So it would be awesome if you could help us find those. So glad we're all on the same page.
Cool. All right. At which point May's like, all right, so it sounds like we have a plan to move forward. I understand, of course, that your team would have been under explicit orders, perhaps not to tell me about this as an outsider, and I can appreciate that. But moving forward, I think we can all agree that being open and honest is the best way to facilitate preventing what could potentially be thousands of lives on the line. Is there anything else that I should know about why you've been sent here?
Fish looks at Cal.
But I mean,
What's your-
I'm not.
What? Yeah,
I mean,
you're doing something for the. You're doing something for the necromancers, weren't you?
they don't know where I am right now.
Yeah, but I mean in general.
Yeah, I don't think that's relevant. Miss
Yeah, but
Gladly,
like,
I am forming a new sect in North America. Clearly, this was incredibly important information for you and needed to be relayed immediately.
Well, I don't think it's relevant to what's going on, but I'm very interested to hear about how your sect would differ to your current one, and I'd love to discuss that with you later. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, that's it.
See, you got the support you need.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to look at all of you and say, I know obviously that when you first came here, I'm probably come across very eager and very excited about my investment in what's happening here at these ruins. And though I obviously would like my career to somewhat survive whatever happens down here, I don't want people to die. So it's really, really important that you don't keep me in the dark if that's going to cause potential loss of life. Do we agree?
Well, it's convenient that we are finding this out now and not when I repetitively warned you not to mess with a undead being.
Undead is such a limiting phrase.
May's gonna look at you very confused because I think in her mind she's still got that sense of like, I don't understand why you're so angry with me. And she's going to say, well, I mean, I assumed that the sanctuary somewhat briefed you about the ruins and what we might encounter, and I did mention some things to you, but at the end of the day, Fish made their choice, and I didn't expect it, but we will make sure that they get out safe, and the rest of us will get out safe.
And how are you doing that exactly?
Well, I think it helps that we now have an incredibly powerful being to speak to who knows all about the ruins. But at the end of the day, I think us being truthful with each other will help. Because, again, like I did say earlier, I didn't know that you people were coming. It was very unexpected. I didn't have the chance to discuss any with you, what you might expect, but it's very apparent to me now that this is far beyond my own scope of what's going on, and, well, I can admit when I've been wrong.
Well, while we're being transparent, I never asked to come.
I can appreciate
I had
that.
no intention of being on this mission. I would have absolutely balked at the idea of had these incompetent people we deal with somehow known there was going to be spirits of the undead in here. I would have probably raised my concerns there. And honestly, wouldn't have expected Fish specifically to be able to navigate a scenario like this. I put more stock into people like you who know what they're doing and have been in these scenarios before and should know better.
May looks stung, and she looks for a second like she's about to argue, and she goes, understood. I think we can all agree moving forward that we need to be more careful. I've taken in your feedback. Should we have lunch?
Yeah, let's have lunch, everyone. Can May give me a perception check?
Yeah, give me a second. God, Mooney,
I love her. I
What
love
did you say,
her.
Ellie?
I hope that's enough to start smoothing.
Dude, sometimes Cal moves on her own pace, but I think it's a start.
Sorry, I'm using a dice sim. 21 for perception all up.
For 21 on perception, Sinner is kind of sitting a little bit away from you guys, kind of has his back to you while he's tending the fire and working on the food. You did notice some reactions, though, from him. When you said we're definitely here not to kill anybody and to have everyone safe, he did look out of the corner of his eye and make eye contact with you and just give a very small nod. And then as soon as you and Cal started arguing more severely, especially as soon as you started Cal started questioning her qualifications, you saw his hands start to clench and his gauntlet start to slide down a little bit, and then you were like, it's okay, everything's okay, we just need peace. And he's like, okay. And he just kind of unclenches and lets that retract.
How far is Sinner from everyone again?
He's 5 or 6 feet away. He's still pretty close to the group.
Yeah.
He's just taking care of something.
That's fine. And this is a question to everybody. Once May's all right, lunchtime, let's move on. Does everyone start chatting amongst themselves? I'm getting a sense of whether May can telepathically message her.
Val has never
I don't
chatted in
want-
her life.
She sits there silent and angry.
Yeah, Fish is gone very quiet, and they're just kind of doing a Florence Pugh frown into their lap.
Oh, I think.
Isle wants to. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say as May is gonna walk away, or like about to walk away, Metal would just agree, like, yes, let's all be honest and clear with each other at this point. With Fish, it's all gone way too far. We just need to do what we can to be safe and get out of here. So glad this all worked out. And then yeah, she's also just gonna sit in like a pacing like silence.
Sinner comes around and hands each of you kind of like a wheat roll
Can I-
that's been cut open and some rabbit put in it, some grilled rabbit. Yes, Fiona.
No, I was just gonna do something before, but it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
are
he
you sure?
just-
I'll do it really fast. Isle just wants to go over to Fish, and do just kind of some testing of her own to see kind of what the situation is. So I think she's going to, yeah, exactly.
just poked him a
Um,
bunch. Yeah.
Yeah, no, so I think if Fish is sitting, Isle's going to kind of like kneel down, and she's going to look Fish in the eyes, and she's going to say, Jonas, can you hear this?
Indeed.
Yeah, he can.
Okay. I say,
No,
can
this
you
is
see
entirely.
this?
I have to.
Finger.
It's your finger. He said that.
And she reaches out and touches Fish's cheek, and she says, can you feel this?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, yes, he can.
And she, like, rips her hand back, and she's like, okay, and then just walks away. Goes and inhales 13 pounds of rabbit.
Everyone gets their little roll. Sinner kind of like walks over to May a little bit, and just kind of like using his back as a shield to kind of like shield her from sight from the others, and just says very quietly, I still don't know if they're telling the truth about everything or not. Do we push on or we go back?
May's gonna swap. Does anyone else hear this? Or as far as I know, he's just standing there like...
They can roll perception checks if they want to. You probably have to get... You could probably tell he was saying something on a pretty high roll. You'd have to roll really high in order to actually hear it.
Fish
Isle
would
will
not
be
be paying attention. They're staring
Mhm.
longingly at Isle's back. Like, there's so much to say. But also, I can't because I've got a thing in me. Yep.
Yeah. Give me, Fish, give me a little bit of a insight check on yourself.
Sure. That one.
Now one. You
I'm
kinda feel-
fine.
Yeah, you kind of feel something internally with Jonas, but you know what? That's just like that's like some butterflies, you know?
I just really like eyes.
Yeah.
Your hair is shinier. This is your skin is clearing. Your crops are
She
watered
touched.
now
She
that
touched
Jonas
my
is-
cheek.
Yeah. She did. She did do that, and that's, making your stomach do some somersaults. That's fine.
If no one's gonna try and... Specifically if Cal isn't gonna try and eavesdrop. Nah, okay, cool. May's gonna swap to using message.
Mhm.
And open like a telepathic pathway, whatever, and say, Sinner, I know that you've obviously received slightly different orders to myself. I'm not a fool, and I'm assuming that you know more about our patron, or my patron, than I do. I'm imploring you to be honest with me. Did you know about any of this? And she's going to roll an insight, and I hope to God it's a good roll.
Okay. Because it's message, he's replying to you psychically. Yeah, give me that insight roll.
Okay, please. Oh, it's not looking hot. Okay. It's a 13. I'm begging you,
With a
Patrick.
13, I think you get a little bit of like shock and nervousness at first. Vienna's probably right. Uh, like a little bit of shock and nervousness at first that you just kind of like called him out on getting.
I also want to make it very clear that like when May says this, it's not she's not angry. She's like
Yeah.
really genuinely trying to be open with him.
Yes, but there's still that a little bit of a shock of that, like you figured out that he probably has slightly different orders than you do. But he just replies, boss, I mean, I've done a couple of jobs for this patron. He's always kind of been pretty scary. I don't really understand what the work is, but, you know, he's had me threaten a couple people or be scary some places. I was not told any of this. I was not told. I don't think anybody knew what to expect down here. I don't understand what's happening with this Jonas spirit guy demon thing. I don't understand kind of anything here, but know that I've got your back. And
does he mean it? And does May think he means it?
With a 13, you think that he does mean it, but there's a little bit of reservation there. Not like he doesn't have your back, but like he doesn't necessarily have your back unconditionally, is I think what you get. But and then he concludes with, boss, while we're kind of private here, we're supposed to bring stuff back, right? Anything we find. This Jonas thing is a really interesting find. I don't think I like our patron enough to make sure Jonas leaves this place, if you know what I'm saying.
May like glances at Fish and takes them in and is like thinking about like Jonas is dangerous, like, and for all her curiosity she knows that he can't be given to an unknown quantity, probably not even to a sanctuary. She's not a fool. And she looks back at Cinna and changes topic and says, still in the telepathic medium, Cinna, what does your contract with the patron entail? As in, like, sorry, let me quantify that. As in, what she means is, what does he have on Cinna? Does she have a sense of whether it's purely money or is there something else going on here?
What you actually ask is what the contract is, and you're trying to figure out what he.
I just want to make it clear that like May isn't behaving like she's not giving a sense of being suspicious. It's a sense of like she wants to understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what you get back is just I'm given my instructions and I carry them out and I get paid. I
want May to roll
know.
an insight. Is he saying this, Patrick?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll an insight.
What I
know.
want to specifically know is if he's happy.
I know we come from different worlds, so I don't expect you to know this, but in my world...
21, Patrick. Sorry, go on.
In my world, you do not break a contract unless you want a target on your back. You can't do this work if people don't trust your word.
Okay. May's going to nod an acknowledgement, and she's going to file that away for later because that's something I want to work on.
And you do think he's being genuine, and I think with a 21, it doesn't escape your notice that he like fully didn't answer anything about what his contract actually is.
Yeah.
But that he was being genuine about being like, yeah, it is monetary, but also like it's not like an oath bond or something, but like it is very important that I fulfill contracts to like be who I am and not like go back to town and immediately get killed by all of my enemies.
Okay, so I just need a second to think about how it's about how May plays this.
Ellie, if you need a sec, I'll just make another insight roll.
Yeah, go for it.
To yourself? Is this
Yes,
your self-insight?
Yeah, self-insight. Oh, that's better. 8.
8? You notice that while you are focusing on Isle, Jonas is not. And I think this is the first time you kind of realize that Jonas's attention can be different from your own. And I think with an 8, you could have gotten subtler directions from him, but instead with just an 8, you could tell he's maybe been trying to quietly change your attention somewhere else for a little bit. You can just feel kind of like a pressure on your jaw from like your own muscles working against each other. Like he wants you to kind of turn your head and glance at May and Sinner. And he says, I believe the two of them are suspicious. Can't have that.
Oh, come on. What's wrong with some healthy curiosity?
Curiosity is one thing. Other business is another. I looked into your mind a bit before we joined. May was there too. And I saw something that may interest you.
Tell me.
May and a Sinner, I believe.
Oh, they're fucking? I thought so.
I don't get that sense, to be honest. Usually,
There's something.
carnal desire is not my thing, but I don't think it's happened yet.
Anyway, yeah,
There's
go on.
tension there, though. I know what you mean.
Yeah, dude, come on.
I believe that May and Sinner may not be on your side, may not be willing to keep you alive, to rid themselves of me.
Well, that's their problem. If we could
It's
run...
also my problem.
Yeah, no, I don't even worry about it. If we just run ahead, if you're really worried about them over there, you big old skeleton guy, we can run on ahead and grab your vessel, and you don't have to be so scaredy cat no more.
I believe I can do that. I think that's possible. Question is if you will survive or not.
I would like to.
Then I suggest you not dilly-dally.
Okay. Alright, just give me 5 minutes to say goodbye to everyone then.
Do you mind if I jump back in with main Sinner now, if that's
Yep.
okay? Yeah.
This
So,
is all happening simultaneously.
Yeah. May's going to turn back to Sinner, and she's going to put her hand on his arm, like, subtly, not making a big deal of it, but telepathically she's going to say, Sinner, like I said, I know that you've got different orders to me, but I can't have these people's deaths on my conscience. I won't. Not for my career, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. And I know that's probably going to conflict with the patron's orders to you. But I am really hoping that my trust in you is not misplaced and that you're as good as a person as I think you are. Because we cannot let this thing get out there into the wrong people's hands. We cannot let a bomb go off. We need to get fish to a vessel quickly. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but this is far worse than they're letting on, I suspect. I really need to know that I can trust you.
I'm still not totally clear on the whole bomb thing, but I do agree that we can't let this Jonas out. I will say, contract is to not allow them to remove anything and to remove things for the patron. Does not specify death. But I think with your with that 21 you had previously, you also catch a little bit of a look on his face as he said it, of being like, you don't want these deaths on your conscience. I am willing to, if necessary, kill them and not tell you.
And May gets that she would that he would do that.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of like, not saying that that's something he's like wants to do or anything like that, but just being like, you said I can't have their deaths on my conscience, and you were meaning that to be don't kill them, and he took that as, if you kill them, don't tell me.
May very quickly is like, what I mean, Sinner, is that I do not want them dead. If by anyone's hand, if possible.
Of course.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And like she's smiling, but also like, and then the last thing she's going to say, because obviously this has been going on for a bit now, is hand still on his arm. She's going to say, "I know your contract and your integrity and your professional reputation is very important to you, and I know we haven't known each other for a long time, but I think you're an excellent person to work with, and I'm always in need of good help, whether it comes through secondary agent or someone that I've personally hired. I hope you know that." And gives him a very small, like, not May's usual, I love being an archaeologist. It's like, this means a lot to her. She doesn't just fucking say this. I don't know how much, like, she's got some stuff going on that probably she hasn't told Sinner, but like, for her to say that she trusts him to this extent, that she's offering him a position with him, is a big fucking deal for her. And then she's going to break the telepathic connection because she's kind of scared of what he's going to say, and turn back to the group and just kind of like sit down and start eating proper.
As
Tell me his reaction.
you broke the psychic connection,
I mean,
so
like
if he was going to say something to you, like mentally, he wouldn't. You wouldn't have gotten it. But I think you see. Yeah, you rolled high enough previously. I think you see a little bit of gratitude in there. I think you, without him actually responding, you can't know exactly what he thought about that, but I think you do see some gratitude. And as two of you go over and pop a squat to start eating, and Sinner's like, so how the hell are we getting across this thing? Any suggestions? Jonas in Fish says, perhaps there is a way we can string along the Curious One for a little bit longer. She seemed hungry for knowledge, don't you think?
Yeah.
How about this? Tell the others I will answer 3 questions for them truthfully, within my knowledge. And anything beyond that, they will have to wait on.
Okay. And do you think I'll do a good job at translating that, or are you gonna have to say it yourself?
I'll let you try.
Thanks.
First.
Hey guys, another announcement. You know, I'm always coming up with those. Jonas says he'll give us some info. 3 questions, truthful, to the best of his knowledge. Go, come at me.
May I rewind just a tiny bit?
Sure.
Just real quick. Especially when Fish and Jonas were having that conversation, Cal has been studying Fish and also, like, picking at her food. And I'll just say, as a tiny detail that I think people would probably have to roll, she's, like, pretending to be wiping her mouth under the veil, but she's actually, like, wiping her face and her nose. If anybody wants to roll for that, you can. Otherwise, none of you know.
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna roll for it because May's worried about Cal and how.
Yeah, is worried about Cal, and Metal was also the one who was there.
Metal's
for that
next to her, so
conversation.
Metal would,
Yeah.
I would say, have the lowest DC.
May's got a 12.
I'm gonna.
I will
I
roll,
think-
but not for Cal, for Isle.
Yeah.
Just perceiving her.
Roll to perceive. Hold on. Roll
I'm
to
doing
follow.
I've got some great rolls going on today, guys.
Another 8.
No, this is a 4.
Well, good. What'd you get, Max?
Miles doing amazing. She's actually really glad. She's really glad you got possessed.
She's like, this is hot, actually.
Yeah, no.
Like, this is a
That's why I
turn on.
touched your face.
Isle is
Totally
looking great. There's kind of like,
Yeah.
you know, something about like the flashes of like energy arrows shooting across the canyon, you know, getting that really bright contrast lighting on her face. She
Mm.
looks good.
Yeah.
she does.
The tears make her
Um,
eyes look so sparkly.
Yeah.
I think
Her
Metal
face
is-
is moisturized, but only like here.
Yeah.
but it looks
She's got a Korean glass
Um,
thing going on.
I got a 19, so we love that for me. I think Metal has been sitting and quietly eating. She's probably been trying to, you know, make general conversation and try to, like, you know, calm people down a little bit. But she's also, like, biting her nails a lot and is very, like, in tune with how Cal is feeling after they talked earlier.
Yeah. I think a
I
19,
got a 19.
I think a
so.
19 is probably high enough that you could tell Cal has been crying. I don't
I mean,
think
you
it's
already
not-
knew that, but
Yeah.
This
I
Yeah.
not
I
trips
don't
on
think-
you.
I don't think for May 12 is high enough. I think you kind of
especially because you were talking to Sinner, and that's when
Yeah.
this was happening.
Would it be weird? I was like, I just remembered that Metal can do like a dry thing.
I
think
was
that-
talking about that. I was absolutely going to point that out to
Okay.
you, and then we did a slight time forward. So I don't know if we want to play that
Oh,
out
yeah.
right now, but absolutely.
I think if she notices like it's happening quite a bit and it's not like she's still crying a lot, she's just gonna be like, I don't know, lean like towards her like a little bit and just casually be like, or something like that.
Yeah.
To
I
your
think when
face.
Cal gets like that like little bit of like dry air, she's just gonna like nod and then kind of duck her head and very slightly lift her outer veil. So like they're both getting the car drive through.
Yeah. I will say the dry like takes moisture out of something, so it's kind of like the tears come out of the underveil and then immediately start soaking into the outer veil, and it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, so I would say
Yeah,
if
she's just like working on
she'll
that.
kind of go like one by one and kind of hope that nobody's paying attention. Where she's like ducking her head, has her hood pulled up, but she kind of like peels them off so they both get dry. And she's like turned towards Metal, like they're secretly talking, but they're not actually saying anything.
Yeah. Meadow's trying not to bring like a lot of attention to it 'cause she knows Cal's uncomfortable, but she is like, please let me do this for you.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Give me a perception check, since you are now like staring at Cal minus 1 veil, pretty close.
Ooh.
Yeah, I also
Okay.
gave Patrick permission to do this.
Oh my god, it's a dirty 20. Sorry.
A dirty 20, I think, is definitely enough.
The color?
Yeah, Hun, I'm gonna say this is up to you. I think it's definitely like facial shape because the underlayer is so tight. I think a dirty 20 is also enough to get like a little bit of actual face.
I was gonna say
Oh, shit.
a little bit of actual face and probably her hair as she's like
Yeah.
pulling up the veils and stuff like that. Should I describe?
Yes, go for it.
Okay. Vienna's gonna die. You see a very like sweet curved jawline. Kind of a little bit of maybe like a pouty lower lip, and pale ash blonde hair in a bun.
I knew it.
Alpha boys, blonde.
All the
These
money I
are-
put on not blonde.
Yeah.
I got to break into Vienna. I was like, this is the point that I have to cut her lip.
It's been
okay.
blonde from day one for me.
It's been
you know?
blonde. It has. That was
Who
literally
are
the
you
first thing
people?
I figured out about her.
Elvira.
Everyone guessed she was blonde except for you, Vienna.
No, Vienna did
There
it
was
because everyone
a
else was doing
vampire
it.
under there. There was a vampire in there.
Vampires
Yeah.
can be blonde. Oh, also very,
they
very, very
can't.
pale. But you knew that from her hands.
Yeah. This isn't something that's revealed all at once. It's a little bit of like, you know, tugging up the veil, and you see a little bit of jaw, a little bit of cheek, and then readjusting something, and you see, you know, the hairline kind of come out and then get covered again. You definitely have the best view anyone else has ever had, except Kekano, of what Cal looks like. Not quite as much as just seeing her totally without her veils, but you've kind of got a good sense of what she looks like now. And
Definitely like the blind man and the elephant thing, where I think you're getting these little bits just as she's like eating, and you're drying her off, and like you probably can't piece together everything separately yet, but if you sat and like you ruminated on it, you'd be like, I actually have a pretty confident idea of like this nose down and like back of her head and stuff like that.
Oh my
and
god.
while you're doing that,
Congratulations, Mads.
and while you're doing that, Kekano comes over and climbs into your lap and is like, "What are we doing? Metal, you should pet me because we are in a scary situation, and Caligulus, you have no face. Caligulus, no face." Yeah, and then
I think she has a
like,
little
"Ow!"
like moment of like, I just didn't care at the moment, so I wasn't really thinking about it, and being like, oh, and then just kind of like really sweetly honored Kakano was worried about it, and so she gives Kakano a little like scritch on the chin, just and it's like it's okay, I don't mind
it's
metal,
okay.
metal specifically,
Oh,
only metal, and
metal,
also don't show her more.
metal. Metal, and he's like climbing up your stomach just a little bit. Metal. Caligulus has a face and emotions. That's the
Metal's like-
secret. She told me to keep it a secret, and I did.
Okay, so I think
I'm
Metal
feeling
is
very
like
uncomfortable now. This was too much now. Now she's like, God damn it, Seal. I gave you an inch.
Metal. She like as this was all happening, I think she was like obviously very much noticing, but was also like, I'm not going to bring attention to it because that would be rude. But she also was like thinking about like the veil.
Yes.
Stop the computer freezing. Okay.
Yeah, you
Oh,
froze
no.
for a second.
Am I back? Oh god. Okay. She's thinking about like the situation from earlier when Cal like had to sneak in with like some veil shenanigans and how she just knows a little bit more about all of that. And she really wants to talk to her about it, but she's also like very
Not the time.
for sure not the time, and is like extremely touched that she just said that in front of Kekano. So she's like back to getting a little teary-eyed and is like, yeah, Kalishos has a face and she has emotions and she's wonderful.
Oh, clams. Hey, Metal.
Sorry, it's been a long
Then
day.
when Fish speaks up to be like, he will answer our riddles 3, Cal's like, thank saints. Oh my god.
Distraction time.
So
I feel like also, real quick, Fish probably thought that like Kakano was there and is like, yeah, I'll answer a question. Where the fuck did my boy go?
Oh, actually, Fish is very glad that Kekano is not near them because they understand the danger and they're like, you know what, boy son, be away from me so that when I have to run away and throw myself into a chasm, it's going to be easier.
Okay, end scene. Back to this.
As soon as Fish announces like he's gonna answer 3 questions, Sinner looks at May and is instantly like, I'm not gonna ask any. That's all you.
And you know what?
unexpectedly-
How about you guys have a chat to yourselves and like figure out what you want it to be, and I'll just sit here with my new best friend.
Oh, that's so sweet of you, Fish.
Okay.
Male says, well, I don't give a shit about this guy, so Fish, I'll stay with you.
Okay, that's good. How are you, Al?
You know the madman, not great, Bob!
Well, you're looking hot.
The equivalent to that. No.
Fish is
He
like
says-
doing the
yeah.
little sway and just sort of bumps her shoulder a little bit. That's it. What was she saying?
Yeah. I don't honestly, she doesn't know what to say, so I think she just, like, tries to, like, put her face on their shoulder, but it's, like...
Yeah, it's so far down.
So, but
Really
it's-
big torso length difference.
Yeah, an attempt is made.
So May actually isn't going to say anything right away. What she's going to do is look at Cal, and then back to Sinner, and then back to Fish. And there's like a moment that passes. But I feel like obviously Fish is expecting May to be like, and she's going to turn to Cal and say, Cleric, I'm sorry to interrupt you and Metal, but I think we can both agree that these 3 questions could very much help us learn more about this vessel that we're supposed to find for Fish. Would you?
Mm-hmm.
From my understanding of dealing with spirits, they can be quite capricious, and I'm sure if we don't use the correct wording, there might be misinformation. No offense, Jonas, I just have heard many tales. She turns back to Cal.
Your companions are very intelligent.
And then
I know. They are.
Obviously, sorry.
No, that's it. I'm just having Fish is just having a moment of being like, yep, no, they are. They're all very smart. Please continue.
And it says, and Cleric obviously is a necromancer of, I imagine, a relatively high standing. You're probably better equipped to figure out exactly the particulars of a soul transferal and how that might work. Is there any particular phrase you think we should use?
To be frank, English is not even my native language. I don't feel I would be equipped to come up with the perfect wording for how to handle this situation.
The cleric, I think Jonas could speak French if we asked him to.
Well, Fish can't.
Well, here's my idea, cleric. If Jonas can hear you speak in French, he can just translate himself.
It's just, I don't know. It feels like a waste to give it to me. I understand it in a theoretical thing, but I don't understand how to try to weasel out the correct information in a way that's most effective.
Well, I think some information is better than no information, Cleric. I'm sure you can imagine that I want to ask the spirit many questions, but I'm a little bit more concerned.
Oh, so you are giving me a free question so you can justify taking the other two.
Sorry, Rudy, give me a second.
I think without a roll, Fish is getting like Jonas is like, yes, Discord, yeah, argue. This is great. It's like entirely separate from like any of his goals or anything. He's just
Yeah.
enough of a creature of kind of
He's-
chaos. That he's like,
He's just that bitch.
yeah.
So Fish is like sort of looking at, like, you know, paying attention to Isle, glancing over, seeing that they're having this conversation, and Jonas is like, and they're like, fuck, man, all right, yeah, mm-hmm.
Metal's gonna be like, listen, there's three questions. Remember, we're all gonna work together. There's no it's everyone's question at once. We're all gonna decide. So
and May does look hurt for a second, very clearly, and then like gathers herself. So, Cleric, what do you think? I think it could work. It's worth a shot.
Think what? You just me coming up with a question about this?
Yes, well, obviously I'd be happy to discuss it with you, but I'm not a necromancer. I don't think I can offer very much.
I mean, I'm not supposed. This is not my jurisdiction either. I do theoretical magic. I didn't even study it at a temple known for soul transfer, and it's one of the most heretical branches of necromancy, and incredibly dangerous. The line you have to walk upon when you study it.
So I was thinking about what May's going to say to that.
Take your time.
Hold on, I'm going to actually roll insight about the heretical bit. So I want to see how anxious Cal is about that specific bit.
Good question.
It's not looking great. It's an 8.
Whoa, Cal's fine. She's great.
Okay.
I think Sinner does very quietly be like, maybe a question is, how do we get across? If that's the way we're supposed to go, I'm not really seeing a lot of ways here.
grappling hook. Sorry.
Isle says I can turn into a mountain lion. We'll be fine.
Can you turn into like a bird or a hawk or anything? I don't think mountain lions can jump
Oh, come now, Sarah.
Like
I thought you would just
70
throw us
feet?
across. And
flat.
she kind of like elbows him, jestingly.
Genuinely, I could try. I do think I would be short quite a bit. I don't want to take that chance.
I've
I've
May-
never
Resisting the
thrown
urge
someone
for
farther
Isle
than
to be like, you're not short.
I've never thrown somebody more than 40 feet before, to be clear.
only 40 feet. Well,
Well, I mean, 40 feet's not too bad. Boss.
May's going to turn back to Cal and be like, Cleric, I understand what you're saying, and if you feel that these questions would be better used to learn more about our path or the vessel, I understand. And I will drop it. But are you sure you don't want to just take a shot?
As long as no one's going to hold me responsible for being a poor choice.
Of course not. Cleric, the only thing I would expect is that we're all trying our best to solve this situation. And May smiles, and she fucking means it. Just so she's really trying.
Yeah, if you want to roll insight track to be like how genuine May is being, you can. But yeah,
I will choose not to, because Cal is never going to assume someone's being.
Yeah.
We'll elect to fail, Patrick.
see, but there's a difference. There's a difference between like always kind of assuming the worst and like not even checking because it is the worst. You know?
Are you making me roll?
I'm not making you roll. I'm just saying, saying it is the worst without checking, like, belies a lack of curiosity on Cal's
Okay,
part.
that's fair. Well, my dice are impartially in agreement with me because that's an 11.
Well, I mean, May's not trying to like May being very genuine. I don't know how the DC checks work, so it's up to you.
With an 11, I think Cal gets that you are being very sincere, and Cal's also like, but I mean, I don't know anything about people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Fish pretends to be sincere every day.
Yeah.
She's gonna like put her head in her hands and then like go back to her like notebook that she had of ghouls and just sort of quickly start flipping through that. And while she's like looking down, she's like, you can start asking your questions, just save one for me.
Vienna, do you want to jump in? So I think May's really trying to be a good leader at the moment and not just be like, I want to know everything about the ancients.
Yeah. Isle's main goal is definitely getting this thing out of Fish. But we already know where the body is. Or did he tell us where the bomb information is or where the body is?
You guys know that there is a body. That's what Fish has told you.
Yeah.
Yes. He has shared with Fish that the information on the bomb, Mordital's ampule, is deeper in, and he has shared with Fish that body potential vessel for him is deeper in. He has been non-specific even to Fish, and Fish has been even less specific to you.
Yeah, Fish has only said there's a body here somewhere, and no mention of the bomb.
So, like, Isle would want to ask, like, how do we get you out of Fish's body to the other body? But I think the more important question to ask is what happens, because obviously it's going to be... we could also assume it's going to be something bad. Like,
Yeah,
like, so
pretty...
What
Yeah.
happens when Jonas leaves Fish's body?
Yeah. That would be the question Isle asks, and...
So does I'll pose that to the
Yeah.
group, or does she just ask?
Isle will pose it. I guess Isle will say, I want to know what happens when he gets out of Fish's
I don't.
It doesn't... Isle looks concernedly.
I think that's an excellent question, Isle. Forewarned is forearmed. And I think we could even add on to that to say what happens not only...
Isle says he has
Fish-
4 arms.
Not only what happens to Fish when Jonas leaves, but what Jonas's plans are. Need to be a bit more specific, I think. And then May asks that to Jonas.
I think you're trying to be clever with me, Miss
Well,
Gladly.
I like being clever, Jonas.
Those are 2 separate questions.
Mwah.
What will happen physically to Fish when I leave, and what my plans are once I have done so. Are you
Alright, give me a
asking one
second,
question
Jonas.
or 2?
Give me a second, I will ask one.
I'll just say that that's been projected out of Fish's mouth like a microphone.
Like
actually-
the Stitch putting his finger on the record.
Yes.
Which
murder
May-
hand.
which May observes, and Patrick, surely she knows enough about possession to be able to extrapolate that the fact that Jonas can do that without any visible struggle on like Fish's part, I feel like that would have May be like, oh, okay, like
Yes.
something is confirmed.
I think
Yeah.
we're all horrified.
Give me another
Big
Arcana
And
check.
together
Yeah.
with
Yep.
suspicious minds.
19.
With a 19, I think, yeah, you see how, like, easily... It's, like, not even, like, Fish's mouth is moving, just, like, hanging open and the sound is coming in, like, direct manipulation of the vocal cords. It's this kind of thing of, like... Taking that and putting that together with kind of the other evidence you saw in the room with the giant skeleton and things like that, I think you're like, oh, I kind of understand what we're dealing with here.
Fish
This is not a creature that has fought to take over fish. This is a creature that is currently fighting to not destroy fish in an instant.
okay.
But being like, this is something very much that is holding back and is choosing to keep fish alive because it benefits it.
Okay, so May observing that and knowing how Fish has been like, oh, it's totally fine, don't worry about it, is like a little thoughtlessly, I think, says, my question to you, Jonas, is will Fish be safe after we get you out of the body if we do it quickly enough?
The damage my presence does to fish can be reversed by a sufficiently talented physician. The technology and technique, at least existed in my day, and from what I've been able to tell from Fish's mind, should be present with yours. After I leave, Fish has no need to fear me, fear for their safety in at least any immediate terms. I do not believe the transfer would be harmful to them in any way.
Okay.
And that just
Maybe.
came out of Fish's nose while they were doing the expression
Holding
that
the
I was
mouth
just
closed?
doing.
Holding the mouth closed, the nose is going like to like make the sound.
Does the belly button next.
Fish had an innie, but now they've got an outie because of that.
Yeah.
Horrible process.
Possession equals.
You hear the sound of like the belly button moving and speaking, and you're like, ah, and Isle is like, poke it, and then like a finger comes out through the outie and then comes back.
We've been no body horror.
May's going
We
to turn up
can't
to
conflate the possession with fucked up Mpreg. We can't do it. We can't do it.
John. It's turning very Death Stranding in here all of a sudden.
Yeah. Keep that baby in piss.
It's
May's
not
gonna
Death
turn
Stranding because our female characters are well developed.
That is true.
Drops
Yeah.
the fucking mic.
Is that correct?
Leaves.
Just any Hideo Kojima game.
Wish I knew what any of this meant.
Okay, May's going to
Disappointing.
turn to Cal and say, any headway, cleric?
I cannot help but feel like it's a waste, but at least it's something that's a path forward. She's gonna say in French, why do you want the vessel in the ruins instead of another living being or to be contained in a soul catcher?
Something interesting happens, which is that Jonas doesn't answer, and instead says to Fish,
I don't know what she just said.
I can either respond and understand using symbols, which will necessarily be very crude, or you can ask her to reach out to me, and I can take the knowledge of this language into my mind.
Okay. Hey, Denya. Neither of us understood what you just said, and
He can't speak French?
no, he's an idiot. I say that lovingly, Jonas.
I can repeat it in English. He can't speak French?
Yeah. Well,
May is similarly appalled.
He says that the way that he needs to like understand your language is to go into your brain and take it out. And look,
Well,
and yeah,
that's
I'm
not
sure your
happening.
brain is a terrible place. I don't want him going in there.
Mhm. I will. I can repeat it in English.
How's that, Jonas?
Tell me exactly what the question was again. How it was
Yeah.
phrased.
Why do you want the vessel in the ruins instead of another living being or a soul catcher?
Jonas says, I am not sure what you refer to as a soul catcher, although I can suppose guess based on context.
I was like, this guy's fucking stupid.
Yeah, he picked me.
I mean, he is older than civilization, so
If I was older than civilization, I would know how to speak French. Yeah.
he's been, just like Cal has been in her room for 50 years, he's been in this room for 6,000 years.
He doesn't consider the French to be a
Google
civilization.
Translate hasn't been invented yet.
Yeah, he does not only not know French, he does not know the concept of like a romance language because they hadn't been invented yet, you know?
He only knows the language of hate.
Yeah.
Anyways,
He says, I am too much for any living vessel, even a great one. A living vessel would need to be heavily altered to contain myself. I have already shrunk myself enough as possible, and I am burning through fish. The potential vessel in the ruins, for it is only potential,
Hold the fuck up. He said, I'm not.
has the ability to keep me permanently.
Potentially. Can you fucking believe this shit? I'm gonna die for this asshole. I say that lovingly.
Now, I did not lie to you, Fish, but it has been quite a long time since I was here. And you feel a little bit of pressure on your mind, like he's giving you something, but he's not going to force you, so you have to, like, choose to accept it.
I accept the terms and
like,
conditions.
A, like, cloud of vision goes over your mind, and you see the facility as it was when it was operating. The chasm in front of you does not exist. It is a busy, bustling hallway, and you can see figures moving back and forth, but not with any great detail. You can't really tell that much about them other than that they are kind of humanoid in shape. You get the sense of a pretty high population and a busyness of energy, people going back and forth, people discussing what is translated for you as scientific topics, just this, all of this life and energy and use, and then the vision suddenly disappears, and you are looking at this blasted wreck of a ruin of what is left here. And you understand that the first time you saw this was the first time he understood what bad shape this place is. And he quotes in your mind, he says, "And on the pedestal these words appear, my name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair." And you get a certain amount of, like, a certain amount of
Visual.
sadness.
Like, oh yeah, they feel the sadness, but they roll their fucking eyes anyway. Was that vision clear enough that Fish can encode thoughts?
Yes, you can encode thoughts and share that image with others. It would be a little bit degraded by encode thoughts. you know, there's like certain connotative things that you got that you can't like necessarily convey, but you can definitely do like the visual image of kind of the hallway and people going back and forth and so on and so forth.
Okay, well, Fish does that. Like, hold on, everyone. I've got sort of like a picture of what the place was. Dumbledore pulling out the memory from the fucking thing. There you go.
Yeah, from the nose. Take it.
Yeah. There you go.
Can
Mate.
I get a religion or arcana out of that?
I'd
Which
say make either.
Not that it matters, but
yeah, it will. Which one you choose will depend on what kind of information you get.
What do we think,
I'm doing
Pam?
history
Because I
roll.
feel like Cal usually goes with religion, but like arcana might be more useful.
Yeah, I think Arcana would be good.
Okay.
Also, real quick, how we doing for time, guys?
We're going at least till for another half hour is scheduled.
I could do this all night.
Me too.
Hey,
Yeah, we just shouldn't. It's not that we can't. It's that it's a bad idea.
30-20 for me.
Mads
Okay,
also
so Arcana?
loses 2 hit points every time.
Yeah.
Go an hour.
And May's got a 14 for history.
Okay. For history with a 14, this has less to do with exactly what Jonas is saying and showing you as much as it is kind of all the context clues of this place really coming together in that image that you already knew kind of like generally what time period this ruin was from. Now you've got an inkling that's much more sure. And based on what Jonas has said, based on the evidence you've seen, based on this image, you're thinking this was a place that, whether it was, you know, built for it or just retrofitted for it, this was a place that seems to have been some sort of base or weapon development facility for the revolution in which the Ancients overthrew the Faceless Ones.
Sorry, before you jump in, Mooney, May relays this to the group, and she's crying because, like, this is the most incredible first-hand information she's ever seen. Also, how tall are the Ancients, Patrick?
Yeah, we gotta know. Are they big?
So the image that Fish shared with you, they are humanoid, and based on kind of the context clues of, like, you know, you saw how big the hall was and then about how big they are in the image in comparison to a hall, they look about human size, maybe a little taller, but you don't necessarily know that they're ancients.
Oh, okay.
And I think if you asked Jonas, he would answer for you and
Without it
use
counting as
one
a
of your
question.
question.
Yeah.
That
No,
would
he
be,
would use
yeah,
one of your
don't do that. That's a question.
100%.
May,
And for-
sorry.
yeah. No, go ahead. Finish with
Uh,
finish with me.
May, like, wipes tears from her eyes and is beaming, and she shares a glance with Cinna, and it's just so, like, incredibly, like, this is why I came here. Like, even if I come away with, but she's not saying this, it's just a sense of, like, and it's for all of you guys' knowledge, I guess, if she comes away with nothing else than that one, like, flash of memory, that's the happiest she could have, like, she'll be happy.
It's not a flash.
She doesn't say that.
Kurt-
She's not saying that. So she doesn't say that. It's just like
No,
this
I'm
clear-
telling.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I am telling you this, Ellie, that Encode Thoughts lasts up to 8 hours. She can just take that picture fucking with her.
Oh, and she takes out Cat, and, like, transfers that to Cat. But
Yep.
yeah, there's an overwhelming.
That would work.
sense of, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the way Cat would work. Cat could remember that permanently. Yeah.
I know we gotta go, so I'm just gonna say real quick. Cal is like, this fucking bitch. tone that like slowly edged to being like, well, she's how the glee and like joy of the reaction in this like very somber situation. Cal is just like disgusted.
With a dirty 20 Arcana, yeah, with a dirty 20, I think you mostly think of remnants and other beings that sort of are non-ghostly but have possession abilities. And I think you know that magically there is a little bit of a give and take there. A remnant eats a little bit of the soul of the person they are writing, which is why it becomes permanent after 4 days. That's as the exchange kind of takes place, but that it eventually stops. That it is a energy exchange, not just like an energy take. With a dirty 20, I think you think about that and kind of scale up. And so you think, like, if a remnant is like, okay, I take a little bit and I reach equilibrium with the body that I'm in 4 days. I take a little bit, give a little bit, and we reach a point in which we are stable, and now remnant can be forever. You are realizing with a dirty 20 that it is the same on a larger scale. The take in the give and take is so much that it would destroy fish. It would probably, in fact, destroy all of you combined. That just the amount it would require, it needs something stronger than like a human person can provide without some kind of like reinforcement or like I don't think a dirty 20 is quite high enough for Cal to have this realization, but for you, Mooney, I will say it's a kind of like scale of like a human could not house this thing and reach equilibrium, but like a sorcerer who had discovered their true name could, or something like that. Like it requires more than a normal sorcerer, even a very like robust one, could give.
So it's for Cal, it's kind of that like 1, 2, 3 many thing where she's like, I understand the scale, but only for my benefit do I know like that the sorcerer at the true name.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Cal is processing May's fucking glee, processing also her own understanding of how utterly fucked the situation is, and that she's gonna stand up and she goes, last question, we need to go.
For once, I do agree with you there, Danya.
May's actually going to reserve her question because I actually don't know what she wants to ask, and I think she agrees we need to go. So she says, Jonas, I agree with Cleric. May I reserve the final question for now?
For now.
When we are not doing any sort of someone happens to ask a question and you count that.
Yes, that's a good point, actually. I will...
We need to have a formal code word of saying this is the last question.
The opposite of a safe word.
A brilliant pickup, Cleric. Yes.
She doesn't do that, but she's just like, I don't want to hear it.
Very well. Caligulus Denier, spoil my fun.
That's what she does.
I will allow you to reserve this question until you genuinely ask me.
Thank you.
You know, it's really weird to have people looking at me and calling me Jonas. Like, I didn't really think about what it would be doing, how it would affect me.
Is Fish saying that to Cal?
To Jonas.
Oh, okay.
Just
I'm
aside.
sorry that makes you uncomfortable.
It doesn't.
I only got the name Jonas barely half an hour ago, and it seems comfortable to me.
No, I'm not saying, no, it's good. It suits you. Didn't suit me though.
I literally was like typing up my joke.
Oh my god. The revelations in this episode.
Look at how much we can cram into 2 hours. Anyways, let's go. Cal like drops like the like bit of food she was eating and like tries to like gather that up, and she like gets Kakano up, and she's just like gets Kakano like hand for metal to get her up if she wasn't already standing, and it's just like go.
Okay. Try and figure out how you guys are gonna get across this chasm. Again, you can go for it. You can pretty clearly see that you are at the widest point of the chasm, so the farthest across. But also, it's the easiest to access. You would have to, even the little like side area that Metal discovered in the previous room doesn't really give you that much more of a narrow gap. But you could work your way around, or I guess possibly try to work your way down and then up again the other side. Although again, you can hear kind of running water at the bottom. And as you look over all of this, and Sinner like the entire time has been like holding with this conversation, looking over this giant crevice and trying to figure out how to cross it. Going back to the discussion of Jonas, going back to try to figure out how to do it. As you all look at this challenge in front of you, there is one last little poke from Jonas before it seems like he's going to kind of back off and rest for a little bit. He draws your attention to the little chunk of ceiling that is still intact from the hallway, about halfway across, and you can see that there are symbols on it that are kind of sputtering, glowing, and disappearing. And it's kind of a complicated symbol. You can roll a symbol check if you want to, but Jonas just says to you, I believe that was part of a trap to negate magic in a certain area when triggered. I don't know whether it is actively firing or not. Something to keep in mind.
Vish brings May's attention to the symbol because +3 is better than -3.
Yeah, let me roll this deck. Oh, lads, it's looking good today. That's 21.
Okay. With a 21, yeah, it's definitely the right symbols for kind of a negation spell. At least kind of in the way the ancients do their symbols. You would probably be able to do it a little bit more efficiently with yours. And it is kind of broken and incomplete, but you can still see the energy going through it, and it seems like it's triggering on, turning off, triggering on, turning off, triggering on, turning off. So if you try to cross by magical means, there is a possibility if you don't time it right, it will negate any magic at that point in kind of the middle. And I think with that roll, you can see that it is fairly localized. It's not like the whole area of the crevasse. It really is like just this good 5 or 10 feet, like right in the middle.
Okay. Is it any obvious, like with that roll, is it obvious to May whether there's a symbol she can like damage to turn it off?
Nothing that is like near you. Basically what you would have to do in order to try to shut it off is if you could find some way of just like fully destroying that piece of roof, that would definitely do it. maybe cutting it off the little stalactite that still exists from the ceiling that it's hanging onto, or just do enough damage to the face of it that just kind of by chance you interrupt the symbols. I don't think there's anything that you're like, I can both see well enough and can aim well enough to like change this symbol to this other symbol and turn it off. I think it's just kind of like a damage it and hope I get lucky, or try to avoid it altogether.
Okay. May relays that to the rest of the group. And then says to Cinna, how good a thrower are you?
Probably better than anyone here, I would imagine. But wait, what specifically? We were
Sorry.
talking about throwing people before.
Does someone want to talk after while this is going about Blasphemous Dart, if it like could theoretically spark anything without metagaming? If we think that would work. Otherwise,
It doesn't occur to Fish.
Okay.
They don't have their thinking brain on. They have their I'm possessed
No.
brain on.
Yeah.
Fair.
That's so valid.
Yeah,
It's-
I was
it's
gonna say,
also-
I'm just.
It's also
I was just
above
looking for
game.
like a rope bridge she could mend with Shadow or something like
Yeah.
that.
Also
we
kind
have
of
rope.
Yep, we do have rope. We got rope.
Yeah, but you would have to get it there
got
as
grab-
opposed to one that she
You
just
have
needs to
grappling
fix.
hooks.
Yeah.
You have
Here's what Ink's idea is that I don't think would occur to Fish at all, and wouldn't work anyway, which is grappling hook across the chasm. Fish levitates and just pulls themselves across the rope. But like that's not going to help anyone else get
honestly,
through. But that's not going to help anyone else cross.
Not
you can
necessarily
carry
helping anyone else
500
cross.
pounds. You just go like
Oh fuck!
we
It's
all
the
hang
it's
on.
the
We all
crossing
hang
the
on
river
you.
with the wolf, the chicken, and the seed puzzle.
Cal's like, I'll stay behind, thanks.
Cal's like, do not touch me. Cal's like, metal will have to be holding me while you hold metal. There can be no contact whatsoever.
May's gonna ask Cinna, like, is there
He weighs
there's
500
loose
pounds or
rubble?
less.
There's loose rubble around, right? Like sizable amounts of loose rubble. May just asks Cinna to like. She points out the symbol that needs to be damaged, and says, "Have at it."
Yeah, sure. Picks up a rock, sets it down, picks up a rock, doesn't like the weight of it, finds one that he likes, and then you see a he takes a rock that he likes the feel of, and he just like whips it, and the rock just like disappears from his hand before colliding with the symbol across the way. It doesn't look like he was necessarily aiming for any particular symbol. He just kind of hit that that whole piece of ceiling.
I don't point it out to him. Sorry, go.
But like he hit the larger collection of symbols. It wasn't just like, oh, this one is the disabling symbol. He hit on there. And you can see that his rock entirely explodes, and it takes a little chip out of the marble that's there. And I think with that you get, oh, we can absolutely do this. This is gonna take fucking forever if we just keep it to rocks.
That's fair.
And having seen the impact, I think Fish can now be hit with inspiration. Like, oh fuck, I've got Blasphemous Stars. Is that reasonable?
Yeah,
All right.
I'd say
I
so.
think that's
Pew. All of them.
I want you to give me roll roll damage on all 4 darts.
I have my 4 d4s. That is 11 total.
Okay, 11 total, but each of these are separate hits.
Yes.
And just like the symbols
2,
in the
2,
research table.
3, 4.
The one that does 4 does also a little bit of damage. The ones that did 3 or less did nothing.
Cool. May you had a gun, right?
Yeah, Metal also has a gun.
How far is away again, Patrick?
It's about it's about 30 feet to the closest part of it.
Yeah, I've got Deadeye. Let's have a crack. Unless someone else wants to jump in with anything.
Metal can also shoot her gun if she wants. Maybe just like get some experience with the pew pew.
Yeah, I think she's gonna
I mean,
be like,
is this
I mean, I
something
can
where
try.
is trying with the shadow spear helpful at all?
It's just this kind of thing of like, if you come up with a solution to do this and get it to shut off, great. If not, you can just chip at it, and it'll take a while, but it will eventually work. Although, you know, probably hurts May a little bit since you are destroying like evidence of the ruins.
Cal could not care
Cal
less.
says good.
Fucking
but-
dead right now.
But also, as
Is
part
this
of
a
that,
while for like? Go ahead.
as part of that, regarding Ink's idea to throwing a grappling hook and then pulling themselves across, that means you would get halfway across, and then the float would disappear, and you would fall and
Oh.
swing into the cliffside.
Cool. Yeah,
We should
Cal's gonna
probably
see
make
everybody
sure.
else just sort of desperate, being like, eh, fucking clowns. And she'll do a shadow spear.
Okay, let's get attack rolls from all 3 of you.
Yeah.
Oh, because we're doing the... Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I was like,
It's
great,
gonna
not
be
another
metal,
fight.
metal and May with guns, and Caligulus with a shadow
Okay.
spear.
Well, now Isle wants to throw a rock because she's not. There's nothing else she can do. She's like, she's not sending her glaive into the abyss. Okay.
It's a,
Sorry. Go. Moon.
22 to hit for me.
22 hits. Roll damage. Give me a
I'm
D20 roll
useful.
plus your strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus for throwing that rock.
I have a dumb question. How do I? I've never shot a gun before.
You have it in your.
I was actually
It
saying.
doesn't.
You have it in your weapons.
It doesn't say how to do it.
Well, mine's a 1d8.
It just says range. Gosh,
For Isle, roll a D20 with +5 to get if you hit with the rock.
I always ask this. What's a fucking D10?
D10 is like
Eh.
a.
Oh, yeah. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that-
Thanks.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
one. I
Um,
have rolled a 24 to attack.
Okay.
To hit.
You also hit. Roll me a D4. For metal, yeah, for whatever reason, your +2 attack for your gun is not listed. It should be rolling a D20. Yeah, that's why. You don't have proficiency in firearms. You just have a gun, so it's a D20 plus nothing.
Alright,
Well,
I'll
it's
just roll it.
11 damage for me.
Okay, 11 damage. What does Isle get?
Got hot 2. She hit it so good, and it didn't. Yeah, nah.
Damn it. I got a 1.
Yeah,
got a
metal,
one?
yeah.
May
I
got
don't
a
know.
9, and it's +7 for her to
Is
hit.
Jonas like, I'm leaving. This is just embarrassing.
Sorry.
No,
May
he
got a
loves it.
9
He
plus
loves
what?
that we're rolling low.
May got a 9, and it's +7 for her to hit.
Okay. Yeah, that's that is a hit by everyone but metal. So roll your damage to the 1d8 plus 3. You see.
Oh, I didn't actually. I got mine wrong. I forgot to add my spell attack bonus.
Wait, do I get a...
You don't add that to damage.
Oh, it's just the hit. Okay.
So Cal sends off a shadow spear right into the middle of one of the symbols. You see, it takes a decent-sized chunk out of the rock. Immediate follow-up by Isle throwing a stone, perfect aim, dead on, exactly where Cal hit, but you chose sandstone, and it just like puffs into powder as it hits, and you go, "Oh shit!" And then we have
I failed 5th grade geology.
we had
They
May
didn't teach me
and
this
You
in
never went
orphan
to school?
we had
No one
May
told me about
and
rocks in
Metal.
orphan school.
Nobody taught me about rocks in orphan school. That's true. We have
That's
May
the
and
episode
Metal
title.
whipping out their guns at the exact same moment, taking a shot. What is the damage for May?
Sorry, so it's a D8 again for damage.
Yeah, you do 1d8 plus 3 is your
Okay.
damage.
Give me a second. 7. So 10.
Okay. With a 10, you pull out your big revolver,
That looks so
symbols
cool.
etched into the barrel, into the handle, and you take aim, and Metal summons her little Derringer, just a little purse pistol, 2 shots into her hand. It materializes in her hand by an act of magic, and you can see a ring she's wearing glowing as it summons in the gun, and you both aim and you both fire a loud crack and a much smaller as you watch your bullet, not an actual bullet, just concentrated magic, shoot out and take a big piece out of another symbol. And you see Metal pulling the trigger and the gun fully backfiring, both bullets going off from the barrel as something in it breaks in half. I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw for
Oh,
Metal.
baby.
Damn it. Ow,
Baby.
that hurts. Hold on.
It is a DC 10.
Dang.
Oh no.
What is it?
That's a 7.
7? Okay.
Owie.
God.
All right. You take 2 points of damage as the
Oh,
backfire
okay.
of the
That's
gun
fine.
kind of cuts up your hand a little bit.
Oh my god.
Metal fully falls over.
Yeah,
Oh.
Cal goes,
May
yeah, Cal goes like,
immediately-
Saints!
Metal has to
May
get shot
immediately
every
check on her.
episode, whether by another or herself.
Yes.
You know what? At that, Fish is gonna be like, "Oh fuck," and they go over to her and be like, "Hey, Metal, you okay?"
Ow.
Cal's going to look
Oh, you're
at
all right.
Fish
That
and
was scary.
appreciate someone else who's taking care of Metal, and then she's like, I guess it's fucking up to me, and then she goes to do another Shadow Spear.
Mhm. You can see that the damage so far has been decently sizable. You got some hits in there. Sinner is picking up rocks and just almost like it's literally like a machine gun of just over and over and over again, hitting almost the exact same spot every single time, doing very little, but just kind of chipping it out a little bit with each rock. Yeah, everybody who wants to give me another attack roll.
Yeah, sure.
Metal's given up.
Fish says to Metal, "Hey, I'm sorry about my stupid joke earlier, and also I'm sorry I haven't really been speaking to you for the past half hour. You are clearly the. No,
I mean, you're
I don't want you to be hurt by anything, you know?
oh.
So it really sucks that you fell on your ass right now.
Metal's like, I mean, thank you. And also, no, you've got a lot going on, Fish. We're trying to figure this out. It's just most important that you're safe. I'm sorry that I just did that like a fool, but it's fine. I mean, I don't normally shoot guns, so I don't know what I was expecting, but
No, it's okay. You're learning. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has those days.
Everyone
lucky
knows
for
what I'm
you
talking
guys.
about.
Not you guys made us
Everybody
vote
gets
in that
that
one.
way.
So,
This is
Metal's like, yeah, you're so right.
Yeah.
wow,
Except to heart.
what a powerful statement.
That's really beautiful.
That
and I can see that, and Kekano's been looking out for you as well. So you'd be right. Okay, I'm gonna go stand over there now, just in case Jonas jumps out and down your throat. Wouldn't want that.
Patrick, I'll ask a question to you. Do you think Cal was too in the murder zone to pay any attention to that conversation?
I think Cal was probably decently frustrated with this whole situation, but Cal would also have concern for Metal. So
Yeah.
I think it depends on when Cal's attention moved away from Metal to go back to
Okay.
work. If it's
Cool.
like,
No, I'll say she
oh.
at least caught the tone and was grateful for it. My new attack roll is 17.
Okay, hits, roll damage.
Baby girl being useful
Deanna,
every
you
time.
you throwing rocks again?
Isle has picked the perfect rock, and it's actually shaped like a spear, and it is perfectly pointy, and would absolutely beat the shit out of the ceiling, and she rolled a 7 attack.
Okay. It's genuinely, you were so perfect in that wind up before that you try to recreate it and you're like, oh god, I pulled something, but you realize halfway through the throw, so it just kind of rockets downward into the crevasse.
12 damage for me.
12 damage? Okay, are May and also potentially Metal attacking again?
May rolled
Yeah.
a nat 1.
Metal throws the gun
He's this
at the
fucking
ceiling.
guy.
So let's see what
Cal
happens.
holding this together.
With a nat 1, because your revolver is magical and reinforced, it does not explode, but it does click as if it's empty, and you're like, but it's not empty. It doesn't use bullets, it uses magic, and there's magic in it, and you realize that something has kind of misaligned and slightly broken. You can fix it. You can both fix your guns once you get some downtime. You have to take a couple minutes, but for right now, your gun does not work.
Cal sees
May-
another gun break, and she's like, "What?"
May ruefully sort of chuckles. She's obviously very not clearly, just so Cal doesn't fucking misinterpret it. Very clearly not happy, but it's kind of what can you do?
Yeah.
Shit happens.
Yeah, no, Cal doesn't misinterpret that. She's just
Yeah.
like,
Can
"What
I
is happening? Does Jonas have fuck with people, luck magic? Why am
Just a
I the only
barge
one
roll.
hitting anything?"
Can May roll a perception to see if anything is changing with the patterns of
Yep.
the blasts? Yeah, cool. Because if I don't fucking get a good roll, at least
Also,
sorry,
Fish just says aside to Jonas, for a weapons factory, this place is really not good for the weapons.
It was better in my day.
That's a 15 for me, by the way.
Standards have slipped, With a 15, you actually do see, and I rolled for this after Cal's last attack. You do actually see the magic sputter out and die as you have seemingly interrupted enough of the symbols that the magic negation effect is no longer there. There is still a big canyon in the way, and every couple of moments, a big set of 3 giant arrows of magic whip across the canyon to hit the back wall.
Yeah, May relays that to the group. Effectively, that we can now cross, but this is the next thing we have to worry about.
Yeah, and I will say with that perception check, it's kind of like you've always been able to see it a little bit, but now that you're I'm really going to focus, you actually try to get the proper angle to see it. It looks like there are 3 kind of statues covered in symbols in a room way at the end of the crevasse that has been broken open, and they are humanoid-ish statues, but like 10 feet tall, and they're holding a stone bow, and they just kind of are in a bow position, and then every few seconds a like laser of magic fires out and goes off to the crevasse. And I think with a 15, you're like, oh, okay, this was like a shooting range or like a weapons testing range that now
Stuff
the
on.
target wall has been blown off and it's just shooting into nothingness.
May relays also to the team. She's also taking snapshots of all this with Cat, like, I guess Cat is on her shoulder, doing this passively. Relays this to the team and says, I think perhaps if we take out those statues, it might stop the arrows coming across. And then she turns to Cal and says,
The
"And
statues
by the
are
way-"
also far, so it's
That's
the kind
okay.
of thing. It's the kind of thing of like, you could try and get them from here or
Yeah,
shut them
but it's
off in
probably
some
not gonna
way.
work.
Most likely, you'd have to like work your way around to them, or just take the chance. With that perception, I think you see that they're firing just like kind of a little below head level for you, just kind of 3 in a row. So if you were careful, you know, you could all like duck underneath them. Sinner would have to be a lot more careful because he's bigger, but you know, they do seem to be firing in a pretty predictable way, so you could avoid them. But if you were, for example, going to just like float across, you'd have to be careful to not get clipped.
Okay, relay this to the team. And then adds on, they're probably a bit too far for us to hit Cleric, even though fantastic shooting, by the way. Or throwing, rather. But I wonder perhaps if it's worth us seeing if we can climb around, given that they're so predictably timed. There's safer ways than just levitating across.
How far are they?
They are a good, like, I can actually measure because I have the map open. They're a good, like, 130 feet away from you. And there's
Okay,
a little...
so even at the edge, she wouldn't be able to hit it with her 120-foot range.
Oh, you have a 120-foot range.
I have
No, I wasn't.
120-foot range, baby.
Yeah, I wasn't lying. That is genuinely the range to them looking on here. If I had
Cool.
remembered you had a 120-foot range, I would have made it farther away.
Oh, then I'm gonna say Cal steps forward, pulls her.
You can't step forward here and get any closer, but you could climb around to essentially the next ledge or the next like open room and be close enough to hit them.
Then I will say she doesn't do it to she doesn't actually throw an axing, but in response to May's flattery and being like, it's too far for you to hit, she just like pulls back a shadow like a bow and like unleashes it just so it's obviously just short, and it very clearly of like if she moved forward she'd be able to hit it easily, and she doesn't say anything.
It's so
Just pulls a fucking Merida.
It's so far that the shadow thins and thins and thins until it's almost like a needle, and then as it does actually hit the statue, but it just kind of splashes. Like it's far enough away that it's kind of lost any force it had to do damage. But yeah.
May doesn't say anything. She's not a bitch.
Sinner is like we're gonna climb around. I can try and see how feasible that is. Just give me a moment.
Can someone just like punch handholds in the wall for us?
Probably.
I'll
He
going
could
to look at Fish. Oh, go ahead.
He could pick Cal up and just sort of lift her like a cat.
I should love that.
No, she'd hate it. Yeah, no, yes. Vienna, what were you saying?
Oh, I was going to say, so Isle's going to, like, put her hands up to be like, remember that time I was a wolf and you carried me? She doesn't say that, but she's just communicating with her Anya Taylor-Joy hands.
Yeah, well, oh, sorry. I was away for a second. Did we deactivate the rune? The thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But there's
the
arrows.
magic thing.
Yes.
But there's
No,
been
Isle's
arrows
like, I
thrown
want you
across.
to drop out of the sky.
Okay,
Sounds fun to me.
well, Isle doing this, and you acted it like she was looking up, but she's really looking down. She goes, oh, yeah, okay. Let's levitate.
All right,
Okay.
we're starting
going
the
for it.
train. We're starting the train.
Oh
okay,
no!
but we need the grappling hook to be shot across because they can't just like swim for free. They
Yeah.
need to. They have to be.
Yes.
Holding on to something.
Yes.
Can we give nobody's proficient in the grappling hook, correct?
No. The best
Maybe?
probably grappling hook person would probably be Sinner, just because throwing
Yeah.
ability. But you
Cool.
would have to ask him if he can genuinely like throw it that far, because it's.
I'm
far.
just gonna say, as a player, that I think we should give it to Sinner, and then like Isle or someone gives a help action of being like, "I've got your arm steady" or something like that.
Yeah.
Or like Cal like uses a shadow to like keep
Face
a
slaps
beam
his
of
ass.
being like aim this, like follow this with the aim or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Or we
Fish
say
does
we all do
something-
that and it's just one help action.
Fish does something useless like go. Get over there.
And
Do we
Maeve
want to
says
roleplay
she's
that
like,
out, or
"Yeah."
just be like, we decide to give it to Sinner? 'Cause
We
it's
gave it
awesome.
to
So I'm sure
Sin-
Isle can say something like, "Remember."
It's a good shot.
I don't know. Yeah. The equivalent
Sinner-
of like the Budapest joke in the Avengers. but
Yeah,
involving
we
a
remember
grappling hook.
Budapest
I'm
differently.
not role playing it. Whatever.
Sinner's just like I'm pretty definitely sure I can hit sort of that piece of ceiling, but it doesn't look like the grappling hook would necessarily kind of stop there. You know, it wouldn't get a good hold necessarily. I can try and make it all the way across. I don't know if I can do that.
Can Cal add like a glob of shadow to the grappling hook?
Sure, I'll say that's your help action. You give it a little more weight.
Yeah, just to get it to like stick.
Yeah. Okay, do you want to get it to stick halfway across to this piece of ceiling or all the way across? And just give it a better chance of hooking in?
I'm leaning all the way. What do you guys
Yeah.
think?
All the way.
I think all the way.
Okay.
Okay.
Or nothing.
Gonna do an athletic check with advantage for the help action.
Please, for the love of God.
On the one hand, that was not a great roll. On the other hand, he has really phenomenal stats. So let me check this out.
All right.
If he fucks us up, Cal's gonna kick him into the ravine.
Yeah.
You had
God,
one job.
this is the last straw.
Yeah, he whips it out. It actually doesn't go
Yeah.
quite all the way, just because it goes down below the lip, and you can see it's stuck. It's stuck pretty fast between the shadows and the hooks, but it's not at the edge where he was aiming. It's like 10 or 15 feet down below the edge. And he gives it a tug, and he's just like, I can probably pull it back. I don't want to risk damaging the grappling hook. Do we have a backup?
We have two.
I mean, can't Cal just like... Sorry, as a player I'm saying this, can't she just like deactivate the shadow and pull the... and Sin pulls the hook back?
Well, it's
Oh.
the hook and the shadow.
Yeah, it probably that would help him get it back, but I'm genuinely gonna like roll a luck check of like whether he breaks it if he tries to
Okay.
pull it back. So yeah, dismissing the shadow would help with that, but not guarantee it.
Yeah, like
It's
she
just the
wiggles
thing
it
of,
loose
like-
as she does it.
Yeah, it's just the kind of thing of being like, you can either take the chance of like him rethrowing it and getting a better result, or you can be like, it's there now, we're just gonna get across and then just have to like climb up a piece of crumbly rock wall to get to the top.
Crumbly cannonball. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Vienna's comment. I really don't know what to do here. as
I
a player,
think
so.
we can try to do a better one. Patrick's really confident in his stats. Also, I will say we've got really fucking tall people who, if they're being lifted by fish, can pretty much just like hoist the little ones up onto the ledge.
Yeah.
I will say the little ones are gonna have an easy time with this. The bigger ones are more likely to climb into the ravine. But at that point, like if they have Metal and Hal and May go first, then we can all like reach out to help the taller, bigger people and fish get across.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
Okay, so you're leaving it instead of pulling it back?
Yeah.
I can go whatever. I just wanted to give the argument for leaving it there. But if somebody feels different, if somebody doesn't want the risk.
And I will say, you know, one of the benefits is that because it was thrown kind of low, going across the rope means that you pretty easily duck under where the arrows are firing.
Oh, okay. Fuck it.
So that's
Yeah,
that's the kind
fuck
of-
it.
This is more on the back end. But then, okay, so then let's solve how everybody else is getting across, because Fish is
Nightmare.
planning on floating and pulling on
Nightmare.
the rope to get across. What's everybody else doing?
Time.
Wait, we can't. I thought we were going to do because Fish can carry.
Yeah, we're doing
That's
fairy
right.
style.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. How much does everyone weigh?
If it's less than 500 pounds, it's
500
fine.
pounds, we're good. We
Yeah.
all I will confidently
No.
say.
No, unless Fish is going back and forth and making multiple trips, which would
That's what I was
require.
That's
thinking.
what I thought
What-
was
Yeah,
what-
me
you know,
too.
gosh.
Yeah.
Then
We're
I
good.
guess
Yeah,
you.
I'm gonna be
You take
stupid
out-
out there.
Well, I was thinking that
Except-
Fish is gonna go across and then there's like no way back. But I guess if you tie like a rope to Fish's waist,
Yeah.
they go back and forth. Yeah.
Let's do that. We've all
Yeah,
would
we're
also
doing
love-
this whole fucking crazy ass Indiana
No.
Jones.
Aside,
Okay.
and I will, aside from holding metal to hold Cal to prevent from being touched, which I will
No,
confidently
do
say
it.
that-
She's gonna complain
that
about it, but
metal
she'll do
plus-
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also that, yeah, it would not equal 500 pounds.
No. Okay.
Okay. I was just thinking like
Um,
all of you plus Sinner is definitely
That'd
over
be
500
really
pounds.
funny,
He's a big
but no.
boy.
No, we're gonna do this individually.
Yeah.
I think Cal's gonna encourage Metal to go first.
Yeah. I also separately
Unless
want to point out
Metal's,
that
if Metal's afraid, then she won't.
no, I want to point out that I do have greater feather fall, so if somebody falls to their
Oh,
death,
yeah,
I can help
yeah.
a little bit.
Good.
Although, actually, you know what? It should be Isle, because then Isle can kind of like hoist people.
Be the big person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doing a little
we'll leave-
moment.
Sinner's last. Sinner's
Little
gonna be
moment?
last, and then he's gonna.
Skinner's left behind.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure, for sure.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Yeah. So I'll go first.
Well, once we've got the whole setup ready, Fish goes on over to her and like wraps their arms around her, like, "Hey, all right, let's go."
Sinner hooks you up with a line on kind of around your waist and kind of pays it out. He is just kind of like, all right, be careful, watch the arrows, I guess. See you on the other side. Mostly
Isle
to
gives a little
mostly to
salute.
Isle. Yeah.
Yeah.
And head across. If you are just going to hold her, I would say
What
both
else
of you.
are they gonna do?
I'd say both of you give me
Flip me
a. You could like tie each other together or something. You know,
got it.
anchor yourselves in some way. I'd say both of you give me a athletics or acrobatics check. You are trying to collectively beat a 10.
Cool. Well, I rolled a 16. So.
Okay.
I rolled a
you are-
19.
You are good.
Alright.
We
You are
zoom
both-
across.
We,
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
That
we have
that
hot
is
glued
Isle.
ourselves
That
to
is
each
your
other's.
person. You are not letting her go in a dangerous situation. Absolutely not.
Not at all.
Yeah, you get to the other side, and there's not really like a shelf for you to rest on, but there is a area with a number of kind of holes and cracks that could make handholds. With those scores, you manage to just kind of boost up Isle, and she gets a good grip, and she scurries to the top, and she is now on the other side of the hallway, looking out at everyone else. You kind of give the rope a tug, and Sinner
Hold on.
starts pulling you back.
Before they go back. Oh shit! Wait a sec. Hey Isle. Sorry about all this. And Jonas, can you like fuck off for a second? Can I? They give her a kiss.
I'll go. No.
I think Isle's going in at the same time. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Puts her
Yep.
fingers.
Jonah's good.
Yeah, Jonah.
And they hold like it takes them a second to be like, oh yeah, I have to let go. I don't want to. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye.
You don't let go
Floats
until you
away.
know Isle is totally solid on that wall, and she scurries up, and Sinner brings you back. Who's next to go across?
Yeah, Cal's like metal. And then she
those
sees if
goodies.
Kakano wants to come, or see if Kakano wants to go over at that point.
Yeah, I'll be with Metal because this is very scary and it's tall, and I can't see down there, but it sounds far.
Yeah. And hey, pal, I haven't been ignoring you. I've just been doing what I can to what I feel like is the right thing to protect you.
I know.
Which is-
You have the scary Jonas man in your head, and you don't want him in my head because your head is also my head, which is confusing. But I understand.
Yeah. Does Cal pass that at all? Because she, as far as she's aware, Kakano and Fish have separate brain thoughts. But if their head is his head,
I think she's definitely not in a great space to start putting two and two together. I think she's listening to this conversation but not understanding this, and that can
Gotcha.
be
that's
put
that's
for
totally
later.
fine.
Yeah.
I just feel, yeah, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Up on the
with-
shoulder, Metal, come in here. I'll give you big brother a hug.
Okay. Same thing, except with Kekano, Metal is going to roll her acrobatics or athletics check with advantage.
That's what I knew. That was my gentle metagame.
I knew that in my heart.
Yeah.
Shall I roll again, or does my 19 count? Oh no, okay, damn.
I figure you roll.
20! That's a 21, actually.
I got an
Okay, it was a
18.
nat 20 though? A nat 20 and an
Yes.
18. Okay.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
Oh,
Oh, this plan is so good. The rule of statistics will not fail us. All these rolls will be great.
Mhm. Yeah, you go across and Metal clings to you out of fear a little bit, but pretty immediately you're like, oh, we're good. This is like, Metal even lets go with a hand and helps you pull across with the rope a little bit more,
a
so you go
little- a little
bit
air.
faster. Then as you get to the other side, you see where Isle kind of like anchored herself, and you kind of put your back in there, and you hike up your feet, and you're like, okay, Metal, you're gonna have to hold Kekano. And you actually like, you probably mean to help Metal climb the wall. You instead kind of launch her a little bit, and she grabs onto the wall like genuinely a foot below the edge, and Isle is already there to be able to like grab her and help her up. Like Metal doesn't even
God.
have to climb. Metal is pretty much heaved up there.
hell yeah.
Isle takes care to grab the not shot hand.
Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
She's grateful. Metal's going to diligently watch the other ones cross in case anybody falls, and she has to do something about it.
Yeah,
Uh,
Kakano gets left on this side too, as they come back.
Yeah, I think Sinner probably insists on May going next.
Thank God. Okay.
Alright.
The longer
she's
AMA,
gonna-
let's get on going.
she's
I
In
gonna
think-
Cal's
look
mind, she's like, somebody's gonna find a rope bridge, and it will the second
Okay, so she's holding that.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, okay.
all a dream.
That's right. May pats Sinner on the like encouragingly says, "Good work, Elia." And then let's see how she rolls. Hopefully, well, because the idea of not rolling well is unpalatable to me.
Yeah.
Thank God, it's a 13. So 14
Oh,
total.
me too, 13.
Hell
Oh no,
yeah.
13 total for me, 14 for you.
You can both of you can feel Sinner's eyes locked on you the entire time you were going across.
Don't touch her butt. Don't touch her butt.
Yes, the for focusing on May, it's definitely like, you know, I want her to be safe. Focusing on you, it's like, if you fucking drop her, I swear to God, I'm gonna throw you down this crevice. But you get to the other side. It's a little bit more of a struggle climbing this time.
Maybe
The
the seasoned
hoist,
professional.
yeah, the hoist to get metal up there kind of broke off some of the easier handholds. But May, you know, gets into some crag climbing and scurries up by a different route, and gets helped across. And you see,
And May, sorry.
you see Sinner kind of relax a little bit.
May turns back to Fish as they're being pulled across and like waves, goes, "Thank you, Fish."
You are welcome. Comes on back. Steps down in front of Cal. Hey, Denya. Let's get this over with.
She looks at Sinner being like, this man is definitely not going to do it. Maybe. She steps forward and she's gonna be like, please don't pretend to drop me as a joke.
No, I'm not going to do that. Going across, just sort of like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm sorry, I'm a dickhead.
That would be a large, specifically now.
In general,
You're not. Sometimes. You are often, but
okay. Well, look, I'll quit bothering you with my dumb jokes. All right. Let's just be cool and professional about this.
right.
Give me your rolls.
What did the dice
20
roll say?
again.
Wow, that's great because I got a 9.
About to drop
All right.
Sinner, I can feel it.
Yeah, with a 20
21 total.
21 total. You just glide across with Cal, and as you go over, it's terrifying, and you perhaps have to cling to Fish a little bit more than you would like to for dignity's sake. But Fish has you, and as you get to the other side, you now have a kind of rough climb to get up. Fish is able to help you, so you do make it.
Everyone helps.
Cal's
Yeah.
fairly light, so you can kind of hoist her up. You probably don't so much climb as get hoisted up to a position where you can cling until like Metal and Isle can reach down and grab you.
Mhm.
But you do get across. It was definitely a little more precarious than some of the others, but you do.
Do we want to give Fish a perception check in honor of that graceful Nast 20, or is it like Fish isn't even in like the fuck did she look like mode?
No, they're not thinking about that at all. It's mostly
Okay.
just like, let's just get the they want to make things good with her
Yeah.
as good as it can
You
get.
get that she's small.
Yeah. And that's the
No.
focus
She's
rather than
little.
figuring
No.
out.
You know what? I am altering this very slightly. Give me a perception check.
Fuck, okay.
You're gonna perceive this motherfucker whether you like it or not.
The shit roll came back. But that's 8.
With an 8, you are so focused on trying to look under her veil as you lift her up, plus just the seriousness of the situation, you completely miss that because you're underneath her, you get just like a little flash of like Cav as you're picking her up.
I love it.
And Fish does, like, when they deposit her, they go, You wear really giant heels.
You know that.
I know, but it's just crazy to see. That's all.
As you get lifted up, you see Kekino over by May going, "To get to the other side!"
How very quiet. I think waits for covers her mouth and waits for Fish to be out of earshot and then giggles at that.
Fish, you know what? I'll roll perception to hear that.
Metal's like, that's why it's funny.
Nat 20. 22.
What?
Oh my goodness. So many nat 20s.
No, this is fucked up. It's my heavy die. It must be loaded somehow.
The dice tell the story.
Hey, you know what? There is a way to check if you want to.
You can't
Look.
see her face, but you can hear her heart.
If I'll re-roll if you'd like me to. I don't want to be a dickhead about
I
it.
love
Nat
it.
20.
No, I love it.
Yeah, it's a nat 20.
No, I mean like if I'm cheating.
No.
Keep it.
I'm saying if it bothers you, I can tell you a way to check your dice off camera.
Patrick is being a nerd. He's not being a TM.
Thank
Yes.
you.
If you genuinely want to see if there is a sort of a weightedness where one side will come up more often, you can test for it.
This is where I was making my really shit rolls earlier on this die as well. So like I feel like
It
But
balances
yeah,
out.
I guess you pick up that she's very. She tried very hard to muffle it, but just like as like a combination of just like deliriousness of the situation and how well timed that joke was from Kekino, she does like absolutely giggle at that.
they look back and go,
trying to see over the lip as you pull back. If you're too far down, Cal's too short.
yeah. Dang.
As you get back to the other side, you hear hammering. Ching, 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 ching. And as you get there, and probably as it takes your attention, you all see that Sinner has waited for May to get across so she couldn't stop him, and has taken one of the heavy ropes and a bunch of spikes and just driven them right into the stone, like just ruining a bunch of symbols and archaeological stuff in order to
Okay.
like anchor this rope so you can get back across safely, about being like, this is the right choice, but May would have stopped me because she cares too much about the ruins.
Hey
Yeah.
there, Sinner. I like what you've done there.
Thanks. Now, you don't need to use a spell to get it back across, and maybe down the road we can get a rope bridge.
Yeah, that would be good. Hey, real quick question for you. What was Isle's dad's name? You said it so quick. I was so shocked that I just wanted to know. That's all.
He rolled pretty low on his insight check.
Well, I'll do a persuasion if you like.
Yeah, give me a persuasion check.
Okay, I've rolled a 9, but thankfully we're +4, so that's a 13.
Definitely higher than he got. He rolled like absolute shit, and he's got, I'm pretty sure, a minus to charisma. No, he's got neutral charisma. Okay. He goes, oh yeah, wait. Lacano, wait.
Cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
The wait group.
Mm.
Anyway, we heading across?
Yes. And if you ever have any questions for me, Sinner, fuck, you're heavy. I'm just kidding. You just ask me, and also Jonas, but like also don't burn that truthful question that he's got saved. That's for me, you know. But still, I'm an open book. Talk to me anytime.
Sure, I got something for you. And you notice that he doesn't actually go out onto the ledge with you. He just kind of walks to the ledge and then is holding your collar so you don't float away, and just kind of pulls the rope a little bit out of your hand, and says, "My question is, are you good for Isle? You care about her?"
I love her.
Good. That's all I needed to know. Let's go across. Okay, let's roll those last athletic acrobatics checks.
Oh no. 8. I'm dropping
An
him.
8.
He's going down.
We'll see what he gets here. It's pretty hard for him to roll low enough. That is a dirty 20 on a not great roll. He you are pulling across. You've done this a couple times now, and it is like just the position of having to put your hands above your head and pull on the rope back and forth, back and forth. It's a little wearing, it's kind of tiring on your arm. So you start pulling, and it's kind of like, fatiguing. Sinner just like fully takes a hand off of you and just goes. You just
Oh
like
my
skip
god.
across.
Whoa. Dude. That is nutso.
As you get to the other side, he boosts you up, and you have to scrabble a little bit to climb up the rock face. But then Sinner yells up, "Miss Denier, can you retract the shadows from the grappling hook? I think I can work it
Yes.
out."
Kind of uses it to like wiggle it out as she
Mhm.
does it.
He is just fully holding like one hand in a crack as he pulls it out, and he wraps the grappling hook really fast over his shoulder, and then it climbs back up. And you are all on the other side of the crevasse and safe. And he pulls up the big heavy rope he was trailing behind him that is now anchored to the other side. He looks at he looks at May really fast, looks really embarrassed, and then without permission runs to the corner of the hallway and starts hammering in another stake before May can yell at him.
May
Like she could stop him.
May
This
like
is the
sits up and-
first thing that Sinner has ever done that Cal gets like a slight nod of approval. I think she's like involuntarily not.
It's like, I know this isn't what you want me to do, but it's the right choice. It's the safest for everyone. Please don't be mad at me.
Yeah, Cal's like, kinda.
May doesn't react. Very clearly does not react at all.
Okay. At the
I'm looking away.
At the end of this, you have a very securely anchored rope that, it will take some doing to turn this into kind of a real pathway, and the danger of the magical arrows are still there. But this is a much easier path back than how you got across, and it could become some sort of rope bridge or real bridge soon. You can now even move like heavy goods back and forth over this chasm if you need to. And as you all turn around and look more at some identical hallway, thinking about that image of it populated with people, you Fish just hears a little thing from Jonas. And then it's like, well done. Just a little bit farther. But be warned, there's a lot of danger ahead. Part 2.
Craig. Up, Craig.
All right. Okay, so our party is delving deeper into the ruin here, the ruin of the ancients, and you have now learned via Jonas that this location was some sort of base or weapons development facility to fight against the Faceless Ones, and that Jonas itself is some sort of weapon, and that you may run into a lot more in this area. You started last session on the edge of the crevice that had kind of broken through the middle of this ruin, looking for a way to cross with this sort of half functioning traps and testing areas impeding your progress. And after a little bit of lunch, some honesty and discussions, some emotional bonding, and a series of 3 questions offered by Jonas for you to ask and him to answer honestly, only 2 of which were used. You decided to throw a grappling hook across the ravine and use Fish's powers to one by one transport everyone across. In the aftermath of that, Sinner staked down a heavy rope line that will allow you to more easily go back and forth, still with some difficulty, but it will allow you to go back and forth across this area. And so you find yourself on the other side of this ravine, looking down on the uh, endless dark, the sound of water, and still behind you, the archery trap, archery testing range firing off across the ravine. As you all make your way to your feet and look at what's in front of you. Now that you're on the other side, you can see a little more clearly kind of how this place is set up. I want 2 of you to make, I guess, a history check. It's more like an architecture check to see how this place is laid out.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And someone can help you, or someone else can also roll.
It has
well,
a
I
plus
gotta-
0, so it shouldn't be me.
I was like, I got a
No.
+3, and I have a feeling metal and Isle cannot beat that, so I will give
So
the
I
help
got a dirty
action.
20. I got a
Oh!
dirty 20 myself.
What
but
di-
yeah.
Well, do another one, because I'll give you the
Yeah,
help
roll
action.
again, just in case.
22.
Okay.
Fuck yeah!
Yeah. With a 22, this is definitely not kind of like the layout of other ruins you've seen or read about, but it does seem to have a decently logical layout. It seems that this kind of main central hall you're in is sort of the backbone of this area. You can see it's not really straight, it just kind of curve and meander to the point where after a certain distance down, it vanishes out of sight. But it seems like this is kind of the main arterial pathway, this big main hall, and then there are a bunch of side halls and side branches coming off of that. And from what you can see of kind of like the open rooms that have been disrupted and partially destroyed by this crevice here, you can see that it kind of the farther away you get from this main hallway, the smaller, more complicated and kind of like Warren-like the rooms become. And so while kind of the main branches are seemingly kind of obvious, as you move farther away from this hallway, it will potentially become a little bit harder to navigate or to find something specifically. But you mostly just see a clear hallway in front of you, a little bit of debris for some broken roofs. There's some water leaking into some stagnant pools here, and a bunch of tunnels going off to the sides. As everybody kind of catches their breath for a moment after taking a trip on the fish trolley.
I think May is going to like pause and turn to Metal, and she's going to say, Metal, I think perhaps we should stop and fix our guns before we move forward. We don't know what lies ahead of us. And May sits down and like opens her pack and like takes out her tools, etc.
Metal's like, yeah, fix the gun. It's like, okay, what? Can I borrow some of those?
Do I even need to roll an insight?
Probably not.
Yeah, okay.
This is
May picks up immediately. Like,
I was gonna say, I think I only shot the gun once at Connie's farm in the air.
Mhm.
So this is basically the first time she's used it.
Yeah.
all right.
But
First
yeah,
time you used it seriously, and it went really wrong.
May is going to pick up that Metal is not confident with how to fix this. And she's going to say, oh, if you sit down, I can show you what to do. So you
Okay.
know how to fix it next time.
Okay. And she's gonna sit down next to her.
I guess
As-
we start doing that.
As you are both setting up to take this little break and work on fixing your guns, Sinner has kind of paced over to the other side of the hallway, so he's between you and kind of the rest of the facility, and is just kind of like keeping an eye on things. He's not walking far, he's just kind of like away from you a little bit. And as he walks over there, Jonas gives just a little nudge and is like, he's going to start running into some traps soon.
Well, thankfully we have you.
Just another step there, and oh, don't put your foot down there. Oh.
Oh, Sinner, hold on.
Yeah.
You're being stupid. No disrespect. No disrespect. It's just that's what the ghost says. It's not me. There's traps everywhere. So how about you just like stand there and be still?
Yeah. All right. You can see he has genuinely walked like maybe 3 feet away from where the rest of the group is before it stopped. So you've got like not a lot of room before kind of the traps start up again to hang out for a moment.
Okay. Jonas, how can I disable this?
Well, this one specifically is interesting. There's a little more damage here than I would have expected.
Oh, take your time.
I will, thank you. And he just goes silent. As May and Metal are fixing their guns, I need each of you to roll a intelligence check for me.
Oh
Is that
dear.
just a 20 or?
Yeah, just a d20 plus whatever your intelligence modifier is.
Fish will yell out real quick, like, "All right, everyone, just be cool. There's stuff."
Yeah, the strap's over this way, apparently.
14 for me.
Okay.
I'm going to say surely that's an easy one for me, though.
Mm-hmm.
17.
Oh, it's just Metal and May.
Oh,
because they're trying
sorry.
to fix their gun.
Of course it is.
Fish starts taking out a
Fish
tow
also
gun.
Fish just
Wait.
does this.
Hey, you know what though? With a 17 intelligence check, I think you kind of notice that Sinner was about to step on a like floor tile that was a slightly different color, and you're like, okay, that's how that trap is triggered. So
Ooh.
maybe without Jonas's help, I could just like set it off, and then it would be safe. But who knows if it reaches far enough to hit us here?
Yeah.
I got a 10.
Congratulations, a 10 was enough. with May's help, May just instantly is like, okay, disassemble the entire revolver. We gotta make sure. Oh no, I see. Okay, it wasn't sliding back correctly. We got this, and then reset the hammer spring. And okay, good. Just like 2 minutes in, out, completely fixed, reloaded, and back in the holster.
That's so hot.
Yours takes a little more time. It actually gotta like unscrew the side plates using little tools that May has given you. But she shows you kind of where the problem is, and you see that you see a way. You can see where the gun is been weakened because of this misfire, and with the tools at hand, May manages to guide you through kind of reinforcing it and getting it fixed up. And you both have working guns again.
Yay! Metal is like, thank you so much. I feel like I could do this next time if I had to. This is actually I don't normally use a gun, but this is actually the first time, maybe second time that I've used it, and it didn't go well. So this is very helpful.
And May's like, you're very welcome, Metal. I will say, don't worry if it takes a little bit to get a hold of it, because if you don't do this regularly, it's really easy to forget. So I'm always happy to show you again if you need.
Oh, thank you. Metal's gonna put it away. Yay!
So can May roll insight? Can May roll insight for Cal? I just want to get a general sense of what's going on with her at the moment.
Sure.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, this isn't the roll, so it's okay. It is a 9.
A 9.
Yeah, I mean, you were getting the bad roll out now.
With a 9, I think Kitty. I think Cal is just kind of a pillar of cloth. Maybe she's kind of just like sunk to her knees to like rest for a moment after crossing the ravine, and it looks like she's just kind of calm, centered, maybe meditating a little bit. What's Cal actually feeling in this moment?
Cal was watching Metal and May and warring between the utter fucking like intrusive thought bitch of like, what, is she gonna shoot her with the gun when she's done? She's gonna push her down back into the ravine versus you're just mad. That's not actually what's gonna happen. Those are the thoughts of just being like so thinking the worst of this woman, and then versus like her rational thought of like she'll just murder people out of negligence, not on purpose.
Yeah. So you can tell that Cal's looking at you, but she seems very kind of like at peace.
Cool. So May notices this, and like as she would normally pack things away really quickly. Like she knows how to pack a bag, but she's kind of really taking her time, and she just like very casually is like, "Cleric, if I might ask, I've worked with many necromancers in my time, and they all tend to have a different way of doing things, I suppose, depending on their temple. And I'm curious about yours. I didn't really get too much information about it earlier. What's it called? Perhaps I've heard about it."
You did ask before.
Apologies. I'd love to hear again.
The Arlac Temple in France. I also studied briefly at the catacombs.
And now May's going to roll history. And I swear to God, Patrick, I would love a potential help action.
Explain to me who is giving you the help action and how.
So I would... What May is really wanting to know here is she's worked with enough necromancers to know that, like, even by necromancer standards, Cleric Denier is very, very standoffish.
I don't think so.
And basically she gets the sense that, like, she's been trained differently. Like, something's different with how she's been brought up. Something's just not right about Cal. And she kind of wants to know if she's heard anything about this temple. Specifically anything bad. And what I as a player I'm hoping for is that Kekno knows that Cal is miserable, and Kekno will be like, She hates it there. It's a bad place or something similar.
I think unless you are going to ask Kekino, he is not going to like jump into this. So you would have
Yeah.
to, in front of Cal, be like,
Do you
oh
hate
yeah,
it?
Kekino, what do you think? You wanna?
I'm not gonna do that. Worth a
Fish
shot,
would
worth a
be.
shot.
Fish would help, but is probably not in the headspace to even understand what the fuck you're doing.
Oh, they're
the other
busy.
thing-
They've gotten the sunglasses back out of their jacket pocket and put them back on, and Eldritch
Yeah.
sighting the room. So
The other
Yep.
thing I was going to suggest is that, and this is really off the cuff, whether or not May potentially worked with that guy who Fish encountered. And at some point was like, oh yeah, I know this guy was from that temple, but he disappeared.
Oh,
and I couldn't find
Travis.
him." Yeah.
No, I'm
not
just gonna-
impossible.
It's
Yeah.
not. It's not impossible, but I'm just gonna probably
That's fair.
say no, just because I know his history and I don't think
Okay.
there was any overlap with yours. But yeah, go ahead and roll me that history check. And
Okay.
for Fish, I want a perception check to try to
Everybody?
figure out this trap.
Pray.
I need you to be
Pray
so-
to the moon. Pray to my patron
The
god.
temptation to cheat this is overwhelming. All right.
that's a
That's
10.
a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 and a 10 for the perception check.
Yeah.
All right. With a dirty 20, you have heard of this temple. It's it is functionally what would be considered like second wave Orthodox Reformed necromancy or something like that. But they just consider themselves like Orthodox true necromancy. And you do know that they're the very conservative side of necromancy. A lot of beliefs about like keeping yourself apart, about how really only the clerics that actually take oaths and such are part of the faith, and everybody else is just kind of like wannabes. So it's very monastic in a way. You are expected to live and die entirely in the temple, pretty rarely going into the outside world. Dirty 20 is enough to know the concept of pilgrimages, which is kind of like a rite of passage, where a necromancer goes out into the world to do a sort of mission for the temple and then comes back to the temple, which is kind of like a sign of adulthood and also like readiness to be able to be like traded to other temples that you are allied with. And before that, you don't necessarily move around.
Does May know enough about the reputation of this temple to be like, oh, Cal's from like a shitbox of a place?
I
That's
think
what I'm getting at.
I think with a dirty 20, you know enough that Arlak Temple is fairly small and kind of mostly unimportant in like the larger scheme of European necromancer politics, but you do know it has this like very conservative reputation, and a dirty 20 is probably enough to know of Abbot Tinnitus by reputation,
what's
and
his reputation?
that he is considered kind of like not really a darling of this conservative movement, but like somebody who is kind of works in that sphere.
Okay. Is it fair to say that what May's heard about them is negative?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's all I need to know.
Yeah. It's from May's perspective, it is negative because it is very conservative, but you also, that's a high enough roll to know that like from other necromancers' perspective, it's also fairly negative for being the kind of assholes.
Oh, delicious. All right, so
Ellie, I
May,
just want to pop in and say, now that, fellow Australian, we can use this term. They're in bumfuck nowhere.
yeah, 100%. That's what I was expecting. Yeah, all right. Okay, so May maybe takes a second longer to reply than she usually would. And because she knows, like Patrick said, this is not a great place to come from. and it explains to her immediately, like even vaguely, they're like, oh, okay, I'm not dealing with a well-socialized person. Slash someone who's been brought up very strictly, and maybe has some stuff going on that I don't know about. Because May is worldly. She's done a lot of traveling. She's met a lot of people. She's seen a lot of shit. So I think that's all very fair. So she says, hesitantly, yes, I am familiar with it. I'm sorry it didn't spark my recollections before. I got a bit distracted, I guess, by everyone's arrival. I've heard they're very strict. I'm surprised you're even outside of the temple, to be honest. Aren't they quite reclusive?
I had a very delayed pilgrimage due to the war.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I'm glad you're out here now.
Yes. Obviously temporary.
And I'm not even going to give this to you for free. May wants to say more to you, desperately, but is not going to, because she is very aware that Cal is not going to respond well to anything she asks beyond that. And it's really obvious to everybody that May doesn't know what to say here besides that.
Yeah.
Cal is
Is this
already shifting uncomfortably.
Is this Kakano's first time having it confirmed that Cal is not, in fact, staying out in the world forever?
Yes.
Yes. He's not
Noted.
He's not saying anything, but he has he checked on everyone after they climbed up, and then after May and Metal settled down to work, he kind of came over to you and leaned against your ankle while you were looking at stuff, and he doesn't say anything, but you feel some distress mentally, and you look down, and he's just looking up at you with the biggest eyes, and he says silently to you, "Collisionus is leaving for like more than 4 days." Dad, I don't know if that's okay.
Huh? I'm looking at stuff. What's going on?
I think Cal's leaving for 4 days.
Oh, I mean, not right now. Right? To her.
What?
You're not, leaving right away.
Leaving for what?
Home?
No, not right away.
Yeah. When do you think you'll be doing that?
It entirely dependent on how successful my mission is with the establishing a new temple.
Yeah, finding the temple. Yeah, that makes sense. And then, you'll be coming out for, visits and stuff, right?
No, unless I was invited by the new temple to come back.
No.
I mean, us. If we invited you somewhere. Remember Hawaii? You want to come there? You said we're
Collisionus,
going
come to
there.
Hawaii.
I did not say
we're
anything about Hawaii.
We're all going to Hawaii.
I did not say anything
No,
about
we're
Hawaii.
all going. I think you're going.
I
May,
can
you can
say confidently, I never said I was going to Hawaii.
Listen.
What do you have
Guys.
against Hawaii?
Yeah, you've never been there. I feel like you should
It's
go.
a
There
problem.
could be
It's
There
because
could be
she has
temples
no
there.
face, and so the sun will burn her.
We'll go with that. Yes. No, I would have to ask permission, and I would be very shocked if I was granted permission to go to Hawaii, unless there is a temple there I don't know about. It's possible. I know they have a lot of special religious figures.
It's
I
worth
don't-
checking out for sure.
That's
For
where
sure.
that's where you make your temple. Then yeah, that's how you trick the system.
I
Have any
don't think I'm.
necromancers gone to Hawaii before? Could be the first.
Probably,
hear-
honestly, Cal probably does know that.
Metal's
Should
like,
roll
I
for
hear it's
that,
beautiful.
Patrick?
Yeah, give me a religion check to see if necromancers have come to Hawaii.
It was
Oh, they
tinnitus
all
and
hate
tone
tinnitus.
on their
I'm not allowed
honeymoon.
there.
To be clear
Uh,
though, and this is Fish saying this, Hawaii is like a holiday thing. I'm still quite happy to be an investigator at the sanctuary, because it gives my life purpose. If I don't lose it. Okay.
Okay, well, that's all right.
I just goes,
First of all, Fish, you're going to be fine. Second of all, I think we'll have a wonderful time together when we get back, working together. And you never know how long it'll take to set up a temple. That could be years even. So I think we'll just figure that out. And then Hawaii could even do like every year or like every other month. So we could see each other often.
Metal, we're not
Oh.
as rich as you.
I'll figure it out. It's fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
I'll
gonna
make
get
some
to Cal's
goals.
response, but before we get that, I got a 25 on my Hawaiian necromancers.
Oh, very nice.
25. Necromancers have definitely been to Hawaii. There was a whole necromancer tour of the kind of South Pacific Islands. So necromancers were probably like in the third or fourth like wave of people coming
Colonizers.
to Hawaii. They were killed instantly by the native
Cool.
population.
Respect.
And they're not allowed by the native Hawaiians on Hawaii. Although
Mhm.
now probably more of them are trying to slip in with
Yeah.
the white people. Yeah, that's what you
Yeah.
get on a
Cool.
25.
Excellent. Yeah. Cal goes.
Kekano has also come up to you in the time that you've been having this discussion, and is just like leaning on your leg, looking up at
First-
you with the big eyes now.
Yeah. Not sure why Kekano is so upset, but just like absentmindedly giving him a pat. She goes, first of all,
Not going to Hawaii. Not allowed to go to Hawaii.
Hawaii
For several reasons.
to be fun, though. Dad says it's fun.
I'm not particularly encouraged to have fun.
That's bad. You should. Do you know how to surf?
No.
I don't know how to surf either, but we could learn how to surf. I know surfing's in water.
I don't even know how to swim. I've never seen the ocean.
Oh, we should
Yeah.
take you to see the ocean.
I can teach you how to swim.
We need to stop talking about this because this is going to
You haven't
lead-
seen the
I
The
haven't seen
ocean.
the ocean.
Oh, babe, I'll take you. It'll be great. What the fuck?
I just need to cut this off right here. I am not going to Hawaii. I will be staying in Canada for as long as my mission lasts, and then I will be put somewhere that my abbot finds appropriate.
Colliginous,
Yes.
can you bend down?
Yes.
He like scoots up to you. He looks at the others, and then he leans in and whispers to you very quietly. I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave ever. I want us all to be together.
You know, one day you'll learn your letters and you'll be able to write to me, and we will know each other that way.
Writing sounds really fun, and I'd like to trade letters with you. And
Mhm.
if you and Dad want to teach me letters so we can trade letters back at the sanctuary, that sounds like a lot of fun. But I don't want that to be only how I know you. I want to spend time with you. Who is going to pick me up and carry me around? And who am I going to say she has no face about if you're not here?
Anyone can do the first one. The second one, I think you can just figure out a person to use that on. I don't know.
They just go bother someone and it's like, you have no face. And they're like, I have a
Sure.
face right here. And it's like, no, you have no face.
But
Metal-
you're very sweet and cute. I'm sure you can pull it off.
Okay.
Metal's like, we all have faces though, so it's kind of difficult. I see why he's distressed.
We done with this conversation?
Yes, I think. Well, hey, why don't maybe we should all go around and share something that kind of makes everyone a little bit stressed out.
Why? Why
Sounds
would we?
great. Love it.
Okay.
Like casual segue.
I guess this is what we're doing now. Sure.
Hey, yes.
I'm
why don't you
done,
go
correct?
first?
There's just watching this happen, like
I'm done. Correct, Metal? That was my turn. I'm
It's
done.
your turn. Yes, that was your turn. Yes, if anyone would like to volunteer to go next, or if there's like another a
This is
prompt of
inane.
some kind. No, you're good. You're good. We're all sufficiently distressed by that, so that's perfect.
Why?
Yeah, I'll just I think Metal will pick up a rock and be like, okay, so pretend that Caligulus was holding this rock, and now I'm gonna pass it to somebody else. I'm just gonna
Okay, you're just like giving us a rock.
yeah, you go first. Just gonna hand it to Sarah. If you have something to say, or if somebody wants to, like, if there's like a question to get, the conversation flowing, I guess.
Oh, I'm supposed to say something? I thought you were just giving me a rock.
But
I was
both
gonna go, "Hey, is
of
this
them.
like an important
Thanks.
rock, like one of your
Both of
rocks, or
those
just
things.
like a rock?"
It's
Okay.
I'm fairly sure there's something more important to be done with our time.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe
pretty
we can
sure-
walk and talk after I figure out this trap, after Jonas keeps talking to me. Just real quick. Jonas, you said time is of the essence. You don't want me to die before we get to your body.
Oh, listening to me again? Yes. If you'll notice along the walls, the vents that will open as soon as you step into that portion of the hallway. Can't quite remember, but if it is working, I believe it's poisonous gas.
Oh, love that. And how do I shut it off?
Well, you could just set it off and protect yourself in some way. I believe most of the... Yes, if you look over there, change that symbol and that symbol will get you most of the way there, but I believe you need to shut down... Yes, deactivate that one as well, and it will truly be safe. And the last one he points out to is genuinely like one of the pressure plates, like 5 more feet into the hall.
All right. Well, you guys do your truth rock thing. May, can I get a hand from you for a sec?
I'll be right.
I also rolled for Sinner while everybody was having this conversation because he was just like looking at this trap and trying to figure it out. He does as May like walks over to Fish and he walks in and kind of like sits in the truth circle. He leans over to May and he's just like, I think we might be dealing with like some sort of poisonous gas trap. Maybe I can see the vents here, and it looks like they kind of activate in this area. I'm not sure though.
May
and then
is visibly very impressed. Very impressed.
turned on.
He rolled high.
I'm
Well done.
That was like a 19.
Fish just gets that shit for free.
Realization. Yeah, okay. May's like, understood, let's see what Jonas has to say. And gets up and goes over to Fish.
Yeah, I feel like it's fine to abstract the discussion of getting rid of the trap while everyone does
You're
the
just
truth
working
circle.
on it in the background. Jonas sits down cross-legged next to you guys, just holding this. Sorry,
came
not
out.
Jonas.
Does.
Yeah.
And
No,
does.
Sinner
Wow,
is
the problem solved.
Sinner is sitting down with this rock, which it looks kind of small in his enormous hands, but he's just kind of like. So I don't totally understand. I ask a question or I answer questions.
You volunteer
man
upsetting
can't fish.
information about yourself, allegedly.
Okay, well, how about this? If anybody has a question for Sinner, they may ask it now. Let's have honesty hour.
Can May and Fish hear our conversations?
Yeah, they're
May
still
is
pretty
listening.
close. It's
May
it's
is
just
like,
Okay.
I don't know how much it's up to you guys how much you're actually paying attention, but like physically you are very close.
May is
Fish is not
definitely
actually
paying
because.
attention.
Oh, that's fine. Fish isn't really. They're working on the thing and also thinking about what Jonas said to them about how May is hiding something from them, and they would like to know. And possibly while having this somewhat isolated moment with her, being like, "Hey, what the fuck?" But back to the truth circle.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I can't.
Isle will see that Fish is distracted. Oh, sorry, what were you gonna say, Mads?
No. Go ahead.
Isle will see that Fish is distracted, see that Cal is uncomfortable, and be like, you know what, fuck it. And say, "So, Sinner, my family up to anything these days?"
Oh, yeah, I mean, we don't see each other that often. My mom's who knows where. Older brother's in Louisiana right now, I think.
My family, not
Oh,
your
your
family.
family.
I don't care about you. No.
Wow.
She doesn't say that.
Doesn't she?
No, she'll probably ask Sinner what he's up to after this, but this is probably what's been weighing on her mind since she saw him. Not that he's necessarily involved, because he might know. Sorry, Patrick. I'm sorry about Sinner's Louisianian brother, Dr. Facilier.
I haven't heard that much about them, actually. I've only run into them a couple times since you and I parted. I heard they were in America for a little while. Last I ran into them was about 7-8 months ago when they were going through Dog Creek. Dog Creek is the closest thing that you and your family had to kind of like a base of operations with how much you moved around. And I think everyone except probably May and Cal would kind of like know that instantly without a roll. Dog Creek is functionally like Canada's Roarhaven. It's it's just kind of an all sorcerer community of people who are kind of like not super okay with the sanctuary keeping an eye on things and just sort of naturally congregated together. So it does have a very rough and tumble reputation of being a place where like you can go and hire mercenaries to theoretically do crimes for you and things like that.
But for those of us who don't know how to read, like Tortuga and Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes, no, it is a
Okay.
Tortuga-like place.
Okay.
Perhaps a little more civilized, but yes, like Tortuga. But yes, it's honestly a place that Isle knows like the back of her hand. If there was any, you and your family probably spent like. Honestly, probably like a third of the time you were with your family was spent at various moments in Dog Creek. Getting jobs. You would camp out in one of the local bars and just kind of cause trouble for 2 weeks until you got a new job and moved on. It makes a lot of sense that they would be there. And you didn't know that they were kind of necessarily back in Canada because they talked about going to the U.S. and working in there and occasionally going to Europe and stuff like that. But it's kind of like, if they were anywhere, that makes a lot of sense. It is a little, probably closer to you than you would like. Dog Creek is a little bit north of Winnipeg. So it's not like a super far distance from Ottawa, but it's not particularly close either. So it's kind of like, okay, cool. Probably not gonna go there.
Yep, noted. That
Uh,
big X on that spot.
When
No,
while is Isle just like processing?
she was just going to ask if everyone was alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say that, and then like Cal will say her thing.
No, all 4 of them looking good.
Okay.
What's changed since you've been gone? I mean, Abeja just going through partners left and right, like always. You know how she is. Yeah, I think Welly was arrested for a period of time, but he's out now. I'll be honest, I don't know what Thumper is up to. It's not really something I like to imagine. And your father is your father.
So this is separate from the Pitafy. Different family. Different.
Sorry, who's Lepidovy?
I don't have the rock, so
Okay.
but
All right. Fair.
what have you been up to?
Just like recently or like since you left? Because it was like
I guess since I left.
it was what 50 years. I guess I.
Cal silently takes out a notebook.
May is listening.
Like-
If you could read the back of someone's head, it would be like focused on this conversation.
Yeah, Cal's just like 50 years.
I guess I reconnected with my family. Part of it that's alive anyway. As I got older, kind of the reasons I left sounded a little dumber.
Good.
Found out I had a younger brother. Just fun. We get along, I guess. Let's see. Did a bunch of jobs, lived the life, got kind of sick of it, tried something else. I worked with my older brother for a little while. We did not get along, so that was short-lived. It was very different, he and I. I tried to do that scythe thing, try out for the new size, try to do that down for the American Sanctuary. Didn't really stay that long. Didn't see a lot of point. And sort of wandered back up here. More jobs. Some time with the family, more jobs. Getting a little more respectable work now, but still, how it's been. Got a new boss. Did some more jobs. Signed me here. With Miss Gladly.
Things are going good.
Yeah, as good as they could be. Is it someone else's turn with the rock, or
Metal's gonna be like, well, I mean, I suppose somebody else could go. Wait, how long have you been? How long? I don't remember if we know this. Also, out of the game, I can't remember. It's all a blur. But Metal's gonna be like, how long have you been working with May?
Oh, it's been boss, what do you think? It's like a month and a few days at this point.
May replies with 33 days as of
33
today.
days as of today.
Oh my god. Metal's like, oh wow, it seems like you guys have been together for a long time. That's very cool. You make a good team.
Thanks. I think so too.
May doesn't say anything, but like she's very happy. She's very happy.
Friendship ended with Cal. Metal is now my best friend.
I think and this is just for levity's sake, but at 33 days, oh, that's a long time. Fish goes, could be shorter, yeah. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I've had some longer jobs. I think the longest was probably 4 months. Yeah, 4 months. That was back when I knew you, Isle. We were doing that. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Sort of off and on. But yeah, 30 days. That's 33 days. That's, interesting. New things every day. Learning a lot, I guess. It's pretty good.
May doesn't look up from what she's doing, but she says, well, just so, well, you might not know this, Sinner, but digs can take up to years at a time. And she's smiling as she says it.
I was warned about that when I was hired in. Maybe maybe there'll be other work and I'll get transferred out. Maybe not.
The sinners. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, as a player, how close are Fish and May to dismantling the trap?
You've been doing a pretty good job so far. I want you both to give me symbol rolls.
Three.
16.
Okay. With a 3 and a 16, total of 19.
Dead-eyed stare.
I'm adding it together. The hard part about this trap is not so much dismantling it, is dismantling it without setting it off, which is proving to be complicated. And you have just figured out the 2 symbols to deactivate it, and now you're kind of stuck on that last one that's more in the middle. 19 is high enough that both of you are kind of like going back and forth about being like, okay, we could make a new symbol that kind of reroutes the power, maybe, or maybe, I mean, if we just shoot it with something, it's gonna set it off. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we change the activation weight. Just kind of brainstorming how to deal with this last hurdle. But yeah, you've made a lot of progress. It's now at the point where it is not easy for a person just wandering to set it off. You have to actually have to get into the trap to set it off. It's a lot harder to do by accident.
I like the idea of changing the weight limit on the plate. Is that something May can suggest without it being metagaming? Yeah, okay. May floats that to Fish, and I guess is how much does what should we set it to? 2 tons or something? I've got to set it something ridiculous.
More than 500 pounds, so I can't float it with me.
May laughs.
Does Jonas have any comments?
Jonas, give me an insight check, another self-insight check.
Okie doke. That's 9.
Okay. With a 9, you can tell that Jonas is paying attention to what you're doing. You can
I'm gonna switch D20s.
You can kind of feel his focus, but he does not seem to be offering any kind of commentary one way or the other. You can tell he's a little bit pleased, but you can't really tell why. Did you say Cal had a question for
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Lyle did want to roll insight to see if there was anything either suspicious about Sinner talking about this particular job, or if he seems happy.
Sure. Give me an insight check.
Vienna rolls a nat 20, and it's Sinner is evil and just stab May in the back, and Ellie cries on camera.
Yeah, for realsies. Alrighty. 6. I rolled a nat 1.
Okay.
Okay,
So that is
Sinner
going to be the
stab.
answer. Yeah. It is +6, but yeah.
Okay. With a 7 and a
Bruh.
natural 1,
She
I'd say
is
what you
too
get
zooted
is
about her family to pay
I'd-
attention.
yeah. I'd say what you get is that Sinner seems rather guarded with his emotions as he's answering these questions. Like he's willing to kind of answer them, but he's trying not to give a lot away. And with your 7 and natural 1, that's because below the surface, he's just so angry that he's potentially going to be on this job for years and that he has to spend it with you clowns. It's like it's just he's trying to be polite by just hiding it away, but oh my god, the disgust.
I was like, damn,
Just to
okay,
confirm,
thought you were doing
incorrect.
good.
This is a nat 1, so yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay,
this is a
good.
nat 1. This is wrong. Don't worry. Cal's been rolling nat 1s on her perception, her insight checks of everyone around her for her whole
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. She's passed it on to you. You have the curse
Yeah,
now.
she
You
got
ask
it.
too many. You guys ask too many questions, and she's like, "Fuck you, take my insecurities."
Yes. She's
Uh,
so right.
Sinner is just kind of like, okay, I think it's time for someone else to have the truth rock. I guess, yeah, metal, here. And just kind of like dumps it into your hands and spins around and he's like, boss, how's that trap looking? Need any help with anything?
To which May's like, I think we've almost got it. Just a few more minutes. And then it's like to Fish, I think, like, let's set it to 2 metric tons. And if anything heavier than that, we probably shouldn't be carrying it out by hand anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Give me a insight check.
Who?
Me?
For May.
Yeah.
Fish can also do that, but I don't think their attention is as
Um,
on Sinner.
No.
I'm begging you to be kind to me, Patrick. I was a 14. I'm hoping that's enough.
With a 14, Sinner being like, hey, you got anything for me to do? Is like, I just had to disclose like personal information and emotions. Please get me out of the sharing circle. And you were like, no, we're good. And he's like, okay. And kind of turns back to the other.
Isle and Sinner at age 17 staring into each other in other's eyes like, we're never going to speak to each other about anything. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
That's how you started dating. You just sat down
Yeah,
at his
we were
booth at
like-
a bar and you just like stared at each other over beers
Wow.
for an entire
Right.
night.
We're like, this is great.
Do I need to roll for changing that symbol, Patrick?
Yeah, give me another symbol roll and I'll say fish roll as well.
Yes.
It's an 8, so I think you better roll good.
2.
Total of 10. That will be this guy. No, this guy.
May's too
I
distracted
changed.
by the
I
eavesdrop.
changed my die and everything. I gotta
Okay.
loosen up my wrists.
You do manage to change the symbol to adjust the weight. However, when you try to set it to a particularly high weight limit, the power flows through and it almost immediately triggers and gasses you all. So instead, you change it to lower and lower and lower. And now instead of a weight limit of like 10 pounds, it has a weight limit of like 200 pounds.
Oh, wait, how heavy is Sinner?
Probably more than 200 pounds.
Wow.
Don't step there.
Yeah,
Boy's
okay,
big,
don't-
got a lot of muscle.
But don't step there, basically, and we'll be fine.
No big
At least for
people
this specific
allowed on
trap.
this one.
He might be able to run through without triggering it. But it might be a thing of like, he just triggers running through it and tries to outrun the gas or something. all of you guys should be safe so long as Isle stays in human form.
I've decided now that Isle weighs 199 pounds.
Oh, you know, Isle's pretty big and pretty strong. But yeah,
I'll have to get naked.
as long as
Yeah.
maybe as long as she as stays human, you can all probably get through. You probably can't get through like carrying a bunch of stuff. So unless you can figure out another way to
Cow
deactivate
hauling.
this, leaving
Or,
will be
like-
interesting.
Charles said at the descent. She's good.
No, I'm saying
May-
we're going to make you haul all of our shit. We're going
Oh,
to
'cause
have
I'm
a
little?
90-pound person
You've got the-
carry
you've got the
100
lowest
pounds
weight
of
limit,
crap.
Okay, I guess like also as an aside, May is explaining to Fish what she's doing while she's doing it, and explaining why this is a
Fish is
problem.
barely understanding a word.
Yeah, that's like the point is May's like, I'm gonna share this with you. And then this happens. She's kind of like, shit. Does like the fix that she can do, and turns around to the team, explains the weight limit situation, and says to Cinna, "You're either going to have to be extraordinarily careful where you step, or you're going to have to run really fast, or you're going to have to stay here."
Okay, well, he's not going to want to leave you, but, like, stay behind if you're going ahead, but okay.
Well, I should hope not. He's my assistant. But she
Boss.
smiles.
Yeah, no, Cal turns. If she's out of the sight, depending on where Metal or where Matt's standing, Cal turns to Metal, and if May is just completely pink, she just air quotes.
If Isle hadn't rolled shit on her insight check, she would want in on that. But tragically,
Yeah.
Metal doesn't pick up on anything, but I do think it's funny that she probably picked up on this specifically and is like,
Mhm.
Listen, if Isle saw the air quotes, it'd be like, human sacrifice. I got
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? He wanted to stay
Yeah.
behind.
Cal
Great.
is
It
specifically
happened.
getting Yzma and Kronk vibes.
and God, it's what we deserve.
Uh,
Earlier, when May was first introduced, I joked about like the forbidden May Isle ship being Jane and Tarzan. But also I think Jane and Tarzan can work for May and Cinder also. And I'm putting that mental image in your head before
Incredible.
we proceed. Anyways,
Sinner does kind of sigh a little bit and turns to May and says, "Boss, I don't like to do it, but I can get through without setting it off."
That's as a player, I'm thinking that sounds very suspicious. What's he gonna do?
oh this bitch is gonna crawl on the ceiling.
May just like nods, like, okay, I trust you. And then I think May's going to turn to the rest of the group and say, "Why don't we walk and talk? But first, I think I should be the one to test the pressure plate, just in case anyone does step on it, or at least forewarned if my work hasn't gone through. I suggest that you all stay low to the ground, because if any gas does come out, it'll float overhead and dissipate." Is everyone in
Metal,
agreement?
maybe air magic prepared.
yeah, definitely. I could do that.
Excellent idea. All right. On three.
Sinner does look like he wants to argue to be like, "I should go first," but then he's like, "That's a bad idea. Fine."
And May is going to, she counts down, and then she steps onto the plate. And like she's crouching, she's not being like, "Go take me now" or anything, like ready to move out the way. And obviously nothing happens because she did a good job. So
The plate sinks in, you hear a little click, and then nothing happens, and you get through.
Alright. I guess and she picks up her pack and is like, "All right, who's got the stone at the moment?"
Oh, we're still doing that?
Metal's like,
Playing
"You
a
can
game
have
of
it."
Truth Star?
Here you go. Your turn. Your turn with the rock.
Metal, you didn't even say anything.
There is
I think it's
nothing about Metal we
Metal
don't
didn't-
already know.
Metal didn't say anything.
I'm the director
Sinner,
of the game,
She will,
so
Sinner, she will
I'm the
inform you on
DM of
anything that
this
you may want to
stone.
know without needing the stone.
Metal's
Oh,
like,
what's
that's
your
not
greatest
true.
weakness?
May, it's your
She's
turn.
20.
That's, you know what? That's fair.
Being
As
put
the
on the spot. Ah,
Oops.
that's a greatest
Oh,
weakness.
I can
God.
also hear from the other room Mooney falling. You all right, hon?
Yeah, girl. Hello.
All good.
Oh my god. Oh my god, she died.
I roasted Metal and God humbles me.
Literally.
Yeah,
Metal,
yeah.
Metal was like, that's not true. I have secrets. And I was like, turn.
Do any of you?
Cal gives a little like pat on her shoulder just so she knows like that was not me trying to like actually throw you under the bus.
So you're arguing about the truth stone. Do you all walk through? And
Yeah, Cal walks ahead.
and you
I
all
also
remember to walk
turn
one at a
into
time.
ferret.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, for
I
sure.
briefed them. I briefed them on the situation
Yeah.
beforehand.
Yeah.
That
And
doesn't
if
mean they were
anybody
paying
is like and if anybody is like concerned about weight or like shifting around if like Sinner's like shifting around her backpack or something, Cal is just like puts her like arms out.
Sinner does leave his bag with you as you carry it across.
She puts it on and she like
falls back.
stoops. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kekano, buddy, you want to carry something? Just to help out?
I can carry something.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who's got something?
Isle picks up like something off the ground and is like, there you go, bud.
Okay.
Some random shit to make him feel good.
You give
Truth
Kekano
Rock
the truth rock.
2!
Yeah.
Rock
Yeah,
number
Kekano
two.
can have his own rock.
I give Kekano the lie rock.
This is the lie rock, and now I can tell lies.
Uh-huh.
I am not having a good time. and then he goes through. Yeah, as you all pass through, you notice Sinner is just kind of standing
I
still.
was staring, waiting for
without
whatever
walking through.
bullshit is going to get pulled.
I think without an insight check, except for probably Isle because she rolled so poorly, Sinner looks kind of embarrassed and is like,
Is he about to shrink?
would you all mind kind of maybe turning around, or I don't really use my powers this way, but
He's gonna
I'll turn
shrink.
around.
Sorry.
Isle doesn't.
Metal's like,
Fish-
oh, well, you just had the truth rock. It's okay,
Oh,
bro.
Fish
It's all
obliges
good.
and Fish obligingly looks at the wall, but is like, Jonas, if you can like see out the back of my head or anything, you know.
not see, but I can sort of get the sense. You know, I'll tell you what happens.
Cool.
So this is a small thing. Is any of this embarrassment like clearly because of May being there, or is it a generalized embarrassment, like without me rolling a check?
It's not all about you, girl.
Yeah, I would
I'm just
say.
thinking like May's reaction to whether it feels like targeted.
I would say
There,
because
yes,
you are
it is.
asking a specific question, you do need to roll. So roll me an insight check.
I'm also curious if May's got any clue. It doesn't matter. It's a I know 14. Also, I'm curious, has May seen this before? Whatever he's about to do.
No.
Okay, cool. All right. I got
No,
14, so.
May has not. Even in some situations when you were first kind of like excavating the cave, when it probably would have been very helpful. But yeah, you get that he is very embarrassed generally that this is like witnessed. It does seem to be more embarrassment directed at you. It's like, I don't want anyone to see this. I don't want you specifically to see this.
Yeah. Okay.
So
May
everyone
obliges
turns
her
around
there.
instead of Isle.
Yeah. This is
Uh,
I'm letting that shitty insight check ride. She's like, you directly told me this, and I know you want someone to look at you.
Yeah, witness me. He makes eye contact at Isle. He sighs really deeply, and he uses the spell Enlarge Reduce Self and shrinks. he becomes it's not so much shorter, Well, it's not short for a human being. It's not that short for a human being. Well, I mean,
Taller
it's
than
pretty
Cal.
short for a human being. It's a little bit shorter than Cal with her boots on. He just kind of like shrinks into himself, and the muscles become less proportional, and it's more like twiggy arms and legs as he shrinks down. And he just like
Steve Rogers.
he just like stares at the floor. Yes, old Steve Rogers basically. He just stares at the floor and walks across without making eye contact from anyone. And as soon as he gets past across, he undoes it and goes back to his normal size.
Iconic.
Oh, poor
Incredible
boy.
people. Poor sinner.
Yeah.
I'll give them.
Cal
I'll give
is
them a
like,
thumbs
and
up.
I think Cal like looks at Fish, being like, "Go on. I'm not gonna take the lead here because I'm not the one with the demon in my head."
Yeah.
Fish picks up on that. It's like, all right, Jonas, come on, give us directions forward, please.
I'd say give me a perception check with, and this is only because you've got a little god thing riding on you, double advantage. So roll, roll 3d20, and tell me what you get for perception.
You're just taking pity on me for my shit rolls, but I accept.
No, I'm not. Because if
God,
you
you do
roll
have
low
God.
enough on all of these, I'm gonna say there's traps Jonas didn't tell you about and forgets to mention.
You're a god with a bonus god.
Oh, we got a nat 20
Bonus
on one of
Jonas.
those, motherfucker.
Yes.
Christ.
That's
Okay.
22.
I heard you and did want to acknowledge it.
Oh my god, and the lowest roll I got was 2. Fuck.
Well, we'll save triple disadvantage for another time.
God.
That's my symbol roll.
As you confidently lead the group, you do have to stop decently often to disable things, but there are more traps than you would expect that you can genuinely just be like, hey, don't step there, and walk around. And there are actually, with a 20, there are actually a couple of traps where it's like, Jonas is like, oh, this trap does this, and then you walk through, and then you're like, wait a sec, and then you like kick the trigger and nothing happens, and you're like, oh, this is broken. This broke a long time ago. And you keep going through. Jonas is giving you little nudges along the way. You're seeing a lot of hallways split off to the side, but none of them seem particularly tantalizing. Jonas seems to be driving you in kind of like a specific direction. As you are walking and talking, does Metal still have the Truth Stone?
Metal has given it to May. And she's like, yeah, so this is the rock. I don't know if you got to see it much when you were working on stuff, but you can say whatever comes to mind. We can ask you stuff. But yeah, it's your turn.
And I have the Rock of Lies.
No, you
Um,
don't.
But this is honesty
That's
hour,
a
though.
lie.
This is honesty hour.
But you don't have the rock, so you can't lie.
I'm not lying. Hold on. The mechanics of this are very confusing.
And you just eat the rock.
Opposite day.
Kekano gives you the rock.
Oh, Fish has the Rock of Lies. Awesome.
Yeah.
They just put it in their pocket.
It's already has a rock of lies up their butt that has been there since they were born.
Save that for later.
Um,
I'm definitely trying not to metagame here. May is holding the rock, and I think it's clear, even from the short time you've had with her, that she is uncharacteristically quiet and doesn't really know what to say. And after a moment, she goes, I don't really know what you might want to know about me. Haven't really had a very, by sorcerer standards at least, interesting life. And she's just kind of like looking at the rock as they walk.
Metal's gonna be like, okay, well, how about what's been like one of your exciting discoveries, like one of your favorite jobs?
I can ring that. Thank you.
Pulls up notes.
yeah. Reveals
I'm
tattoo.
about to pull out. I'm about to pull out a monologue that I've written specifically.
Oh, did she
for
trigger the
this mission.
monologue?
She did. I couldn't make it through the monologue.
Yay!
I'm gonna get my
Give me a
dessert to
second.
enjoy this monologue.
Give me a
Yes.
fucking second because I need to actually rearrange.
because
my
I'll
I'll
had a
still be on.
very
I'm just
mean
turning my mic and
question.
camera off. Patrick, do you
Yeah.
want a cookie from downstairs or anything?
Hell yeah.
Which one?
Okay.
Can I get my chocolate chip?
Respect, absolute respect here.
Okay. So she hears that and she's
Twisty.
like looking at the rock and goes, well, I don't know if it was my favorite job, but I suppose it was exciting. It does require a bit of context, so you might have to bear with me. And she kind of waits because this is not something that she has talked about very much. But she also is kind of actually, I think I do want to share this because this has been weighing on me for a long time.
Has
Then I was like,
Sinner
please.
heard this story before?
Definitely not.
Oh my god.
I
Actually,
do think
Patrick,
that
I'll go as far as to say that so they've spent a month together. May hasn't actually really told him very much about her personal life.
I think it has been that kind of thing of May has shared a lot of stories, and it's only kind of in a hindsight you realize that they're yeah, I went out with friends to this restaurant and stuff like that. Things where it's very shallow and and it's oh, you've already reached the end of my fun stories, and I haven't shared more with you.
Yeah.
In a
So-
moment of, in a gesture of support, Fish sort of just smacks her affectionately. You know, they do that all the time, and go, yeah, we're interested.
And May looks really grateful for that. And she's again still just looking at the rock. She's not meeting anyone's eyes. And she says, well, have any of you heard of Howard Carter? You probably haven't, because a mortal academic, known for his work in Egyptology. I'm mortal born, you see. I didn't join the Sorceress World for quite a long time. But in 1910, I think it was a while ago now, we were on a dig together. We were engaged, actually. She pauses. It was I'm gathering herself, and she goes, I was 40, which I don't know if any of you have had much experience with mortal culture, but that's old for a mortal woman, even if I didn't look it. I thought I was the luckiest woman alive. We were on that dig together. If you've heard anything about the Tutankhamun's tomb, it has to do with that. I was living my dream career with my dream man, carrying on my family's legacy. But Howard had other plans. You see, we spent all this time putting together this information to take it to Oxford for funding for this trip that would change everything in the field. I was so excited I'd put it all together myself, built on my mother's work. I saw us as a team, you see, but as it turned out, he saw me only as a way of getting ahead. My parents' work was well known. My mother was a second-generation explorer, and he was my fiancé. I shared everything with him, everything I knew. And then he presented my findings, before I could, to the panel of my highest peers, and claimed it all as his own work. And I was heartbroken. And when I contested it, no one would believe me, of course, because I was just a shrill, lying woman in a man's world, and Howard's stocks skyrocketed and mine disappeared. Years and years of me and my parents' work gone. He took my life from me. Well, my mortal life, in any case, because my parents were dead by then. After all that happened, there was nothing tying me to the mortal world anymore. No one wanted anything to do with me. My funding dried up. And anyway, I was getting too old to be looking so young. My colleagues thought I was lying about my age and credentials, and I could hardly tell them the truth, and I took it as a sign to move on. So I made the shift fully into the sorceress community, which, if I can be blunt, has only been marginally more kind. Sorceress academics cared very little for mortal history and culture, despite, I would argue, its key significance. And of course, not to mention, I was young by sorceress standards then, still am, and a woman. So I had to start again from scratch. So I spent the last 40 years trying to make my peers understand that my work holds one of the keys, if not the key, to understanding everything about magic and where it comes from. Imagine the good we could do with that knowledge, the people we could help, the advances in medicine alone. But I'm an outsider, so getting to here, to now, has been hard. Rewarding, incredible work, but hard. So if I've been pushy or reckless, and I know I have been, as Cleric Denier has rightfully pointed out, that is why. Sorry, I'm starting to ramble. That was an exciting job, I suppose. As you might imagine, I haven't particularly been involved with anyone since. I've left a bit of a scar being betrayed like that, and I suppose I'm waiting for someone who I know has my back. Someone I can trust. And then she looks at Cinna, and I'm going to roll insight.
Yo, that was
Please
so
God.
amazing.
Okay, I'm single.
I'm
18, that's a
single.
dirty 20! Yes!
Cal Rail's insight to see if they're gonna fuck on the floor in front of her.
Natural 1. Yes, they are. Right now. She needs to avert her eyes.
It's happening as we speak.
I am going to roll to see how well he is going to hide his emotions against the dirty
Ooh.
20. All right. As you whip around and look at him, as you say
It's not that
this,
obvious. She kind of just glances. It's not obvious.
as you turn and look at him, then you see something on his face, and then his face just shudders as he sees you looking. But what you caught before he tried to protect himself, and what you can tell more from body language than from his face, is he is so angry that this happened to you. He is so angry on your behalf. And it genuinely, you can like hear the creak, not even of his bracers, but like of the bones and tendons in his hand as he was like flexing so hard while you were talking. But yeah, as soon as you kind of turn around and bring him into this, he's just entirely blank, and then he just says, thanks for sharing that story. Yeah, May.
And May like
Appreciate it.
just like nods and smiles, and then she kind of really clumsily wipes at her eye, and then turns to Fish and goes, "Well, I think I've done my bit," and then she laughs.
Cal is going while she's still like has a sound. She's gonna go. Is he still alive? The mortal.
Isle says,
So as a
if you
player, I'm
don't want
thinking
him
about
to be,
Ivan.
we can work on that.
I can look it up real quick.
No, he's dead. May turns to Cal, and this is probably the only time you're going to see her look this like really like when with the bomb stuff. She was really like down to like we need to sort the shit out. This is cold. This is like cold like satisfaction, but also like fury at the same time.
Yeah.
And she says, "Oh, he's long dead." But the problem is, you see, his names are going to go down the history books with my findings. So,
Does it
here's
feel
the
better?
theory.
Does it feel better or worse that he's dead?
Sorry, think he was a player for a second.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah. Okay, May takes like a couple of seconds to respond to this because I don't think she's really thought about how she feels about that. And she's going to say, I'm glad that I never have to see him again, but I'll always be angry that I never got to tell him just what an awful thing it was that he did to me. And then she's going to like leave it at that.
Cal is not going to push further, but she is going to nod. And I do think you kind of see that she's read into May. And definitely like processing things, and Azul's just like staring at her, but it's not someone who she's already pushing it by asking those questions while she was trying to offload the stone. So she's gonna leave it there, but is still just kind of staring at her.
Fish doesn't say anything, but I'm rolling deception on a I've never betrayed a partner in my life face. Okay, so that's 12.
Do I even have to roll for that?
I'd say yes. It is higher than 10. Yeah, I'm gonna
I
say
will also roll.
I'm gonna say Sinner is also going to roll, but with disadvantage because he's really not paying attention to
He
Fish.
doesn't know Fish at all compared to us.
Mm,
To move my
Then-
delicious cheesecake out of the way.
I'll do the
Yum.
exact face. The face is this.
Is it insight? Or
Yeah, it's insight.
We got
Oh,
a
that's
dirty 20, babes.
That's a 24 for me, babes. Get
Oh,
fucked.
Fish, you're
Yeah.
about to get it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ellie,
I
you
don't
haven't
know.
met
I mean,
her,
we
but
can
we've
figure it
met one of
In
Fish's exes
Yeah.
already.
Okay.
I think Isle
Metal
isn't
chooses not to
necessarily
roll.
trying to see, but there's a baby. Isle isn't trying to necessarily see, like, it's alive, just like Fish's reaction, I guess.
Yeah.
Their reaction is genuinely like, that really fucking sucks, but also
Fair.
like, okay, I just won't be telling you anything about
Yeah.
what I've been
Yeah.
up to.
My history is now a closed book.
Yeah.
Sinner is following behind May, looking at her, and at kind of like various points, is just kind of like glancing around and sees you making that face, and then looks away, and then turns back and goes, "Huh." And it's like not quite that he got what you were thinking, but a little suspicious of you. And he throws you a couple more glances, and then throws a couple glances to Isle as they're walking.
Oh shit.
Isle will
Um,
pointedly look away from Sinner.
So
And
do
everyone.
Isle and Cal just get like guilt? Oops, kind of relatable kind of vibe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
More like just, row.
Yeah.
Cal has never been less shocked in her life.
Yeah.
Cal's like, yeah. She just sort of like was staring at May, and then like I think maybe like Sinner looking at Fish got her attention, and who saw the like look, and she was like, yeah. And then does the rock still go over to Fish?
Yeah, so after May answers Cal's question, she turns to Fish. She goes, "Well, Fish, I would love to learn about you. You clearly have a lot going on with your magic. Here you go." And she like doesn't throw the rock at you, but she is eager to get rid of the rock.
Fish takes the rock. And they've still got one hand in their other pocket holding the Rock of Lies.
Mhm.
And like, I'm not saying that, like, they're rocks. They don't have actual magical properties. I'm not like
But
I'm not being.
We're working
It's
on
like
the
a-
sigils, babe.
It's a totem.
It's like
It's
a
a totem.
psychic thing. Yeah, it's a totem.
And so they just kind of weigh the rock of truth in their hand and go, well, you know, I love to talk about myself. And you all hate to hear it. So but no, what's up, May? What you want to know? It's probably stuff that I don't know because I don't know anything.
Well, I don't think that's true, Fish. Everyone knows something worth knowing. And she smiles at you very encouragingly. And you can see, like, it's still in her mind, that sense of, like, being underestimated from what she just talked about. And then she says, well, I'd love to know what your tattoos mean.
Oh, well, yeah, they're you know, they're pretty cool, huh? I did them all myself. Well, actually, no, and Fish like parts their jacket and like sort of puts their sweater down to show the triangles that are here. And go, my old mentor did these ones. The rest of mine. No, they're just pretty cool, huh? Reminded me of the old days.
Can May roll insight? Is it for this? To say, oh, actually, no. Sorry. May runs. I'm going to roll history for May.
Sure. I mean, Patrick, what do you say?
He's talking to someone. Vinny, maybe?
They're having secret
Oh,
goals. Yeah.
Yeah, Mooney snuck in here and gave me half of a cheesecake and no fork, and was trying to sneak out, and as I could just eat this with my hands. No, come back! I'm having a bite. This is yours.
We do, or Isle does know that at least one of the tattoos was post the.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
the lowest one, the little fish hook
Yes.
right here.
All right, so I'm gonna roll history, and Patrick, I am gonna argue with you about this one because May has though she's definitely focused on Egyptology and now on symbols. She's done a lot of fucking traveling, and she's done a
Yep.
lot of reading, and she knows at least vaguely, I think that are they Maori?
Yep.
Inc. Or yeah, she
Yep.
knows
Yeah.
that content at least.
I think
Yeah.
knowing that they're Maori is a pretty low DC for May, especially
Yeah.
because she has focused on symbols and not just magic symbols. It's also like how hieroglyphics tie in and stuff like that. So she would have done comparative world symbols essentially.
It's a 12. I used up my good roll apparently for the model and for Cal.
That's very sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, with a 12, you know they're Maori. You don't know any kind of necessarily meaning of any individual symbol, but you know as a whole, these are kind of a traditional style of tattooing, but not the traditional way they are given. The tamoko tends to be a either symmetrical or half mask that covers the face, or just around the eyes and cheekbone, just around the jawline. They're like more integrated into one greater symbol rather than a bunch of kind of individual symbols. And so I feel like a 12 is high enough that you kind of get these are Maori, and they are authentic. They're not like kind of copies of the style by someone who doesn't know. I think a 12 is probably high enough to be like, these could connect into a design, a greater design. They don't yet.
Okay.
And you're not necessarily sure what that means for fish.
Okay. I think May's probably still a bit too over her whole little
Absolutely.
thing to get into that. So she just goes, "Well, they look lovely," and leaves it at that.
Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, since you all also hate talking about yourselves, how about you ask me another question?
Is she saying that to me or just in general?
Yeah, just in general.
Yeah.
Truth Rock doesn't have to work on Jonas, does it?
Oh, I don't think so, but we can try. Hey, Jonas, do you want to answer a question? It's not going to be the question that they're saving. It's going to be a truth rock question.
hold on.
It's a fake question.
It's going to be a truth rock question, not a legit question.
I'm not sure I know the difference, but ask a question and I will choose whether I answer or not.
Okay, he says that we can ask a question and he chooses if he answers. And honestly, I'm sure you're all very curious, but I do want to take this one just for myself. And out loud, they're still saying this. You didn't tell me what a godkin was. You said you would.
You're
What's
very
that?
right. I did say I would. Come in here for just a moment, Fish. And you can feel like a little psychic tug as he wants to pull you into that mind place with just the two of you.
Fish goes and holds out, grabs May's hand and puts the rock back in her hand. Is just like, I'm going in. I'm going into the mainframe and accept
Plugging into the Matrix.
Yeah.
You actually watch as after Fish hands it off, Fish's eyes roll back up into their head, and they like pause and
Ugh.
almost fall down, just kind of like rock a little bit, and then are kind of like still. And you can see their body is like keeping themselves vertical entirely on instinct, as Fish is kind of no longer home in their body.
We can resolve later. I would like to Arcana check that.
Sure.
Now? Later?
Roll it now and just hold on to the roll.
Hold on to it. Okay.
You open your eyes and find yourself in this dark, dark place with just you and this being of purple and black fire. And you can tell it's getting a little more humanoid. It's a little more defined, a little more shaped. And as you look around in this place, where is it? There it is. As you look around in this place, you can start to see some things on kind of the equivalent of the horizon. Not really able to tell what they are yet, but things seem to be kind of taking shape in here. And Jonas walks up to you and says, "Did you not trust me? I was going to keep my word. But I suppose now is as good a time as any. You've earned it, Fish. You've earned it. Come."
When looking out at the horizon at the shapes that are taking form, Fish thinks back to when they were briefly shunted into the slug dimension and saw the glow of the Motherlode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you find that kind of the more you focus on what's out there, the less sense it makes. It looks almost like maybe buildings, maybe mountains, some sort of structure, but only kind of when viewed out of the corner of your eye. When you focus on it, it sort of blurs and disappears. Jonas does kind of the equivalent of crossing its legs and sitting down on the ground, although because it is kind of roiling flame, the legs more fuse together into a bonfire as he sits and goes, "Have a seat."
What, on your lap?
If you wish, I wouldn't recommend it, but come, let's learn.
Fish sits down beside Jonas, legs crossed, doing one of these. Like, so, I've got my legs crossed and my knees lifted, and each elbow on a knee, and like doing this.
Now, I've been exploring in here while you've been serving your purpose out there, and so I've got a good sense of sort of what you know and what you don't. You know these you know that there is the place of magic, and there's here, this world, and in between, all these shades of gray. Just a little bit of magic here and a whole lot of world. A little bit of world and a whole lot of magic. And in those places, we have, I guess what you humans call gods. Beings formed out of magic and thought and belief. Sort of like me, I suppose. Things that are constructed by humans, but not of them. And
Fish mutters to themselves, where does the land end and the ocean begin? Just sort of like a half-remembered line.
exactly. teacher tried to tell you, of course. Tried to tell you so much. Didn't listen a whole lot. But when well, it's sort of a puzzle to me too. But I think I found where your shore meets your sea. And a very thin kind of golden thread materializes, running side to side between where you are sitting. He reaches out and just kind of like cups it. He's like, can't be completely sure where it leads, what it leads to, who it leads to. But here, touch it.
Fish hesitates, looks at it, and then grabs it with both hands.
You don't feel or hear or see anything strange. And then it starts more kind of in the back of your mind, at the edge of your hearing. You start to hear the drums. You start to feel the dancing, depressive bodies, these dreams, these visions you've been having. This is where it's from. He's like, smell that salt air. Ocean, I think. Can hear birds dancing. Whatever this place is, it seems like paradise. And that's where you're from. Or perhaps a parent, grandparent, something of that nature, somewhere down your gross anatomy. You're from here. So interesting, but I think if you follow this, you find out where you're from. Isn't that right, Kekino?
What?
Kekino kind of appears, almost like he stepped out from behind a rock in an invisible rock in this mine's cave. And he goes, how do you know I was here?
You get out of here. This isn't. You shouldn't be here. No, you don't bring him into this.
Oh, I didn't bring him in. I was curious. Is that right, little guy? I'm scared. I don't like this. I don't like being here. What do you remember, Kekino? What was there before?
Or what?
I don't like this. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Before there was a person, and there was tea and magic and dancing and drums and the sea and Kekino, and then Dad. Dad's the most important. And I don't want to go back to Granddad. Grandfather.
Fish had always thought that the man in their dream was their father, but didn't want to acknowledge it to themselves. And this is just terrible, and so it's... I can lie to myself about plenty of things, but not this thing anymore.
Dad?
Yeah.
I I don't remember much, just a tiny little bit, and it was just like Granddad being like, find fish, fish is very important. And then I got there and I met you and I was like, yes, fish is very important, and then I kind of forgot. Oh, it's okay, little one.
Don't fucking talk to him like that. Fish puts out their arms for Kekano to, hop in.
Kekano runs into your arms. Aren't we all together here? Sharing this same space? We're like siblings now, you and I.
Like an evil uncle.
Oh. You say evil, I say driven. Goal-oriented. Wasn't that what your mother always accused you of not being? Goal-oriented.
She accused me of a lot of things. I don't think we're going to agree with all of them.
Oh, no. But I think I've fulfilled my end of this bargain. Go on. Follow this string. See where it leads.
Yeah, and what are you going to do while I'm gone? You're going to be walking around in my body. Who knows what you're doing?
If you leave now, of course, I need to find my new body. We can't just abandon a project half done.
Yeah, and that's why I said I'd get you that body. If I've waited this long, I can wait a bit longer. You are not taking me over that easily.
If you insist, Fish. Let me just say, I appreciate your efforts on my behalf. And your anger is delicious.
Eat the fuck up.
And
enjoy it.
Boom, you are back in your body and your eyes open in front of everybody. Kekano is is not in your arms any longer. That was like a psychic construct, but he is so pressed against your shoe that he is like completely wrapped around your foot, and you can feel a little bit of wetness as he cries.
Oh, here, Cal. Picks him right on up.
Yeah, that was so scary. You were upset, and I just wanted to check, and then he was there.
It's not your fault. You haven't done anything wrong. It's alright. Just the old demon in the brain. But who's got the rock?
Still you. Maybe
They
we're
handed it to
done.
me.
May takes it, and I'm guessing at the same time, like hears Cal say that, and like throws it away, just like. But I'm gonna say it's very specifically to you, Patrick. Throws it into a spot in which there are no traps.
Well done. Fish was out of commission to check.
Mm-hmm.
Cal nods at the throne stone, which is what she was gonna do too, and then she's gonna just, I guess, just do an insight on Kekano / see if there's anything she can do. She doesn't feel like she can, but she wants to at least, I guess, think over it.
Yeah, give me an insight check.
Did Fish look super distressed while that was happening?
Just like
Or-
eyes rolled back while
Yeah,
it was
while
happening.
Fish was away, Fish was not like in their body. They were kind of not really trapped, but in this mental place. There was no expression. It was entirely slack. And then as
Okay.
soon as Fish comes back, it's very distressed.
Oh
How
yeah,
Just
they're
how long
they
was
are not
this?
okay.
Was this
Just
like an
to-
instantaneous thing?
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, was this like an instantaneous conversation? Like effectively, Fish
It
just had
was-
like that.
It was almost instantaneous. It
Okay.
definitely happened in your experience a lot quicker than it happened in Fish's mind, but there was a moment of being like kind of like, whoa, out of it, gone. Kekino comes over and Fish is back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My insight was only 10, so I'm just like, shit's fucked.
Damn, that was crazy.
Yeah. Kekino looks really shaken. Looks like he could use a hug.
But Fish was already covering the hug ground.
More hugs isn't bad.
No.
Cal is
Isle
never
has
going to
done
initiate. Yeah, Cal's never going to initiate a group hug in her life, but he's just like hands twitching.
I'm just checking.
Isle will go over to hug.
Oh, absolutely. Hug, group hug, all the three of us.
Yeah,
Um,
Kekino fully like pulls out a flipper and pulls Isle in for a group hug. Very tight squeeze.
Cal stands awkwardly and is keeping an eye on Metal.
Yeah,
Mel's
does Metal?
like, am I invited?
Yes.
Um,
Yes, you are.
Okay,
Hey Metal,
she's
you
doing-
wanna join in? Yeah, come in here.
Hey,
Hey.
Yeah,
Guys.
nice.
Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like what's going on.
I don't either.
I don't like this at all.
Cal stands very awkwardly next to me.
Isle stares at Cal and is communicating with her eyes. Get your fucking ass over here.
Get in here, bitch.
Get in
Um,
here, bitch!
I'm imagining like the end of Tangled, where like the mom holds her hand out for a handshake and then yanks Eugene in. Does that happen, or is Isle just glaring?
You know what? Isle will extend her hand.
Yeah, Cal takes it to be like, yeah, I'm participating.
Nope,
And
you're
then
getting yanked.
gets
You're
yanked.
getting yanked.
Kekino seems to be very pleased and comforted by all the people that he loves nearby, giving him squeezes and telling him it's going to be okay. He is literally shaking in your arms. And as May and Sinner are watching this very nice, sweet group hug. Sinner does kind of whisper to you, just like, yeah, I'm thinking maybe Jonas doesn't come out.
Yeah, may not.
Also, I know it's symbolic and everything, but I don't think Metal ever used the Truth Stone, right? Why do we all have to say shit? I mean,
It's like Metal's the big bad.
Metal's like, listen, I think the
connection.
time for the game is over.
The pet
May,
base
like,
board
laughs.
with metal.
May laughs and pats Sinner on the arm. It's like, well, you did a very good job back there, Sinner. And then I think she's still kind of too embarrassed by that enormous little thing that she did, and clears her throat, like as if to get the group's attention, but in a very like gentle way, because she can sense
Are we
their
still
hate.
in the group
I'm
hug
going
as
there.
we like turn?
We rotate.
Fish goes like, yeah, you're the last person I expected. Come on. Everyone, we really gotta get to this thing that he wants to get him out of me. Please. I don't know if I'll be able to keep being me if it takes that long.
We'll go as fast as we can. It's up. We are dependent on your intel. I don't think it's wise to run without insight onto these traps, but I also don't feel like the entity is providing insight as quickly as I'd like them to be.
Yeah, Jonas, you've got a complaint.
I welcome any and all complaints.
He says keep him coming.
Cal does, and she's like, "And learn French, motherfucker."
Teach me. Fish,
Hey.
hold out your hand to them.
No, what?
Scrape the
What?
French from her mind if she wishes me to learn.
He wants us to hold hands. I don't
can
feel like
do
he'd be up for
by
it, you know?
eating a piece of her soul right now.
No. I'm not doing that. I'm not taking anything from her. Denia, how about everyone just not fucking touch me for a while? Here, Kekano, drop. Walking forward now.
You can kind of feel Jonas's amusement, as you know, he just enjoys the kind of like chaos and recrimination and everything else. And he was kind of quiet when you were getting hugged, not like in a disgusted way, but just like, well, this doesn't interest me.
Yeah.
And but he is starting to lead you a little bit out of the main hallway. You've been going on just one or two little branch hallways, but now you're going deeper, getting into some other labs, strange, half-destroyed rooms. You have found that you've circled around at least slightly back to the crevice. One of these labs is missing a wall, and you can see it's absolutely covered in guano. This is clearly where the bats have been sleeping, and it's sort of obfuscated anything that was in this room. And Jonas leads you over to a little piece of wall and directs you to a symbol.
I shall make a symbol roll as well as Eldritch Sight.
You got it.
Fine for a shitty symbol roll. That's a 14.
Okay.
And insight? Perception as well as Eldritch Sight.
I think the symbol roll was high enough that you don't have to. And I'm just going to give it to you. You see a little bit of power flowing out of this symbol, but it's sort of like disappearing into the wall immediately. It doesn't seem connected to anything else. And with your symbol roll, you see like, oh, this is like a little safe or something that I can open just by touching and activating this symbol. It's a little storage area. And with that 14, you actually see that there is a couple more of them side by side. Jonas is directing you to one specifically, but there are like 3 right next to each other if you want to open all of them. And it's just like a little storage cabinet built into the wall.
Fish doesn't use their words to attempt to communicate this, but like they look back at May and are just sort of, well, as they're going to open up the one that Jonas is directing them towards, they're going to be like, hey May, you open it up I'm not saying any of this verbally. I'm just saying it with my eyes.
Does May know enough about symbols to not even have to roll? She's like, oh yeah, okay, that's like opening a non-lethal thing.
If you're checking like specifically for traps or anything like that, give me another roll. Otherwise, you can just be like, oh yeah, I think this opens.
Yeah, okay. She just nods.
Pop open one or all three?
Well, I mean, there's only the two of us, so unless we're going to recruit Cinna to open up the third.
I mean, it doesn't have to all be at the same time necessarily. They're just
No,
like
no, I
cabinets.
know.
Yeah.
Just for dramatic sake, two of them open at the same time.
All right. Two of them open up. You're ready. You're poised. You've got your Eldritch Sight engaged, and you pop open yours, and it is totally and completely empty. And you can hear Jonas just be like, well, that was a long shot. Deeper in, then, I suppose. May opens hers, and it is mostly empty. On the bottom, you can see two very slim stone tablets, but more uniform than natural stone. And it's something that you've seen at sites before, as well as a small object that seems to be sitting on top of these tablets.
Well, obviously, May is going to pick him up.
You very gently
Yeah.
pick him up, and the object on top, after you unwrap what seems to be maybe a piece of leather, it almost disintegrates kind of as soon as you touch it because it's so brittle. But
May size.
inside, yeah, sweep up some of the dust for testing later. Inside, you find what seems to be a piece of metal with a sort of symbol inscription on it, clearly kind of magical. And it looks like maybe a piece of jewelry, a necklace or a bracelet charm or something like that. Who knows if the who knows if the ancients wore kind of jewelry the way humans do, but something of that nature. And the tablets seem to be some sort of written record of some kind.
Does May recognize? Hold on, I'm pretty sure I've got a feat that might be maybe might be useful here. Sorry, give me a second. Is it a language that May recognizes? Or is it written in...
No, it is not quite the symbols you see on the walls, but it's clearly a derivative of that. It seems like, the form of symbol magic that is just used to communicate words and ideas as writing rather than magic. It seems to be that kind of variation of this
Cool.
for the ancients. In the same
Well,
way
then,
that you, as a symbol mage, can write messages in symbols in addition to making magical effects, this is writing messages in the ancients' symbols rather than making a magical effect.
Alright, and May's going to do, I guess, a symbol roll to see if she can get the gist of what this might mean. An educated guess.
Okay. Give me a symbol roll, and I want Fish, who is
Yep.
probably like, oh, why didn't mine contain anything, to give me a perception check. With advantage, actually.
A
Well,
7.
yeah, Eldritch Sight with advantage. With a 7, this seems to be a record of something. It reads like a report, not like necessarily a history book. You're honestly
Like
losing
inventory.
you're honestly losing a bunch of meaning just because of how kind of terse it is, and you realize it's kind of maybe some sort of shorthand or something like that. This is like the minimum symbols you could use to convey a message, but it seems to be referring to some sort of results of some kind, perhaps of an experiment or something like that.
No, we're not getting them because I rolled an 8.
With advantage?
Yeah,
You rolled an 8 with advantage.
I rolled a 6. It's +2 for perception, and my lower roll was 1.
There is something in the back of this cabinet, very small, almost entirely hidden. And you lean in, and it is a dead spider that looks like it has been stuck here for genuinely millennia.
Desiccated.
It is more like the vague shape of a spider in the dust at this point.
Hmm. Hey, Danielle. You like spiders, right?
Yeah.
Wanna come over here?
All
Poisonous,
right.
don't come over here.
Oh. All right.
I'll come over there. He scoots over. Hi.
Hello. Are you okay?
Yeah, there's a dead spider.
Oh. I don't. I've seen a lot of dead spiders.
Oh, okay. Then you can come over here.
Do you want me to come over there? Fish? May?
Fish is not Fish is not acknowledging that they're opening up the third one, the third cabinet.
May is going to gesture, politely gesture, not like a get over here tool, like a do you want to come have a look at these? And like very tentatively passes the tablets to you on the off chance, not just as a gesture of like, see, I'm not a complete lunatic, but like maybe you might know something by some miracle about what these could be. God forbid.
Yeah.
Like,
All right. Want me to roll, Patrick?
I'd say honestly, the closest you would get to try and figuring this out is like a death sense check.
I
or
was gonna
something
say
like that.
I'm
Yeah.
if you say whatever you say, I'm gonna also ask to do a death sense.
Um,
Cal does
and-
a death sense. You're like, that's definitely a dead spider.
You do it, and you're like, "Oh my god, there's dead spiders all in here. You can't see them, but they're in every corner." Fish, give me a perception check as you open this last cabinet.
can I give advantage?
Well, you're
I pass it to Cal.
you did pass it to Cal. If you're turning around and paying attention to Fish, I'd say
Yeah.
do it with advantage.
Oh, okay. I'll roll
Just in
again.
case.
Oh yeah, no, there's no just in case. There is the case. Fuck me.
That's all right. I'll
Both-
also do a perception check.
So
Nope, you helped. That was your action.
both of my rolls were a 10, so it's 12 either way.
Okay. With a
Center Isle and Metal are just like playing Ring Around the Rosie. In the background.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, the three of you are probably like trying to find a
don't wanna
way
touch
through the
anything.
lab that is either not in the way of the three of them, not like touching anything, and not like stepping in just like
Yep.
caked layers of bat shit, just like genuinely like
Mhm.
3 feet deep on the
Flowers are
floor.
God.
sexy.
It's like kicking through
Gross.
snow drifts.
I don't even have that life experience.
Yes,
I'll
with
bring some when I visit.
yeah. With a 12, as you open the cabinet, some sort of like red orange dust starts falling out. It seems like whatever container held this in here is destroyed. You see a little bit of a sparkle and a shine in it through your Eldritch sight. Just as like it's not necessarily a wholly magical thing, but something that may have been charged with magic at some point, or something of that nature, and it just kind of like mostly trickles out onto the floor, and you can kind of see like, okay, there's like a little like remnant of the container it was in, which is entirely shattered and broken. And with a 12, I think you see a little scrawl of a symbol surviving on like what would be a label.
I would like to examine it.
Sure.
Would investigation be good?
I'd say investigation. Yeah.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay. With a dirty 20, this is like more of an intuitive leap of logic than something that you were drawing on from like previous experience to know. But the label kind of looks like a person who's running fast, and you're like, okay, this probably has like some specific meaning. But with a dirty 20, you just kind of make that intuitive connection of like, this is something having to do with like vigor or speed or like health, maybe something like that. Whatever this powder is, whatever I can like scrape of it together, maybe it's like a medicine. These little things are kind of like medicine cabinets, I guess. Maybe it's something like that.
Fish nods at this and goes, yes, old-fashioned cocaine. Old-fashioned cocaine. May, do you want to know what the ancients used as uppers?
They would love nothing.
Get on over
Let's
here.
get high.
Don't sniff any,
Yeah.
though.
I'm gonna roll, a symbol check, I guess, see if I get anything more specific.
Should we do my death sense now, or
Oh yeah, of course, sorry.
We'll do your death sense. There is... How do I describe this? There is not the sense that this object is like involved with death, but you get just like almost like almost kind of like goosebumps on the back of your neck, the equivalent of just a tiny little inclination of death magic used in sort of its creation or maybe its powering, something like that. Nothing that really tells you conclusively what it is, just that you're like, oh, I know this is definitely a magical thing that does something.
And then what am I getting from my like death sense in general, like spiders aside?
For the rest of the room, there doesn't seem to be any dead bodies other than just sort of insects. And you do get that there are a couple of dead bats just kind of like calcified in the layers of guano underneath.
Got it. Bonus while I'm doing this, bonus Jonas. Do I get the sense that Fish is actively dying?
Yes. There is a sense, almost like when you were in the Clanlands, that you felt the ice hearts, and it was kind of like a soul
Death in slow motion.
Yeah, death in slow motion kind of get pulled out. Because you have that experience, you can now recognize it in Fish. It's the same, but at a much slower rate. And if you give me an Arcana check... I guess Arcana or Religion, not that it matters for you.
Can I get a help action from Kakano?
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me.
Not great either way, but whatever. We'll do 14 and we'll call it Religion.
Okay. With a 14 Religion check, there's something about the math of a soul that is not really clicking for you. You're a necromancer. You know how much energy a soul gives out when it passes into death. And something isn't quite going there. And I think with a 14, you realize that you are sensing like a like Unit 5 of death as this little bit of fish is pulled into the ether for
Yeah.
what should be like a Unit 10 of soul. And that probably leads you to believe that if Jonas kills fish by like devouring them, that Jonas is consuming enough of fish's soul as part of this process that fish would not be a full and complete soul that could like appropriately move
Yeah.
on if Jonas killed them.
Got it. So fish's soul would be like stuck, or
It would-
like just like evaporate.
14 is not high enough to know whether it would be stuck or like completely destroyed.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a thing of like, this is not how this is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And
Bad
I
news.
also think because Kekino was helping you and because draw your attention to it, Kekino is just kind of like, what's that? And you can see that just like the very beds of fish's fingernails have ever so slightly started to turn black. And since it has now been about 2 hours, fish, your maximum health goes down by 1.
Okay. One last question. What does Kekino feel?
Like, does it feel like Kekino is dying, or is Kekino still like going strong?
Kekino still seems to be going strong. You made a religion check, right?
Yes.
There may be something where fish has consciously or subconsciously like pushed keeping Kekino alive and around to a more subconscious level where Kekino may not start to get negative effects until fish is far more gone.
Yes. Now, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to hold on this too long, but just, while we're in this moment, does Cal, while she's kind of just doing these like senses and stuff like that, does Cal feel like Fish and Kekino have separate souls?
No.
Same one. And so when one, it's not like one burns down and the other one does. It's the same part of it. And it's Fish is trying to keep the death away, and it will affect Kekino eventually.
It's almost like to kind of your vision and your knowledge with that role, it's almost like there is this sphere that is Fish's soul and a tiny part that has been like partially pinched off but not totally disconnected, just like a little protuberance that is Kekino's soul. And so Kekino is part of the larger whole, but Fish is like it's semi-separate.
All right. Cool. Well, she processes this, has very little to do about it, and she's going to, I guess, walk out of this alcove, try and find somewhere else to help, and she's going to walk up to Fish, I think, and then just silently, like, I think, God, what would she do with this? I think just like, maybe just like tap her like gloved fingernails together in a very like subtle way to like not freak the others out, just to alert them.
What?
Have you looked at your hands?
I'm looking now. Okay, well, let's pick up the pace. Jonas, please, please.
We must head deeper in this way. And
Okay.
just sort of mentally nudges you deeper into the complex.
Okay, come on, Dinya, Kekino, guys, everyone, let's go.
Do you make any decision about the potential ancient cocaine?
Oh, Fish doesn't
Let's
care about the
get
ancient
high.
cocaine.
Fucking May gets out one of her little bottles and she's just like, la 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 la.
Yeah,
Can they have been Can May have been
You-
doing that while this is going on, though?
Yes, you
Like,
absolutely could take out a little baggie and get a sample.
Have a vial of ancient
Um,
I have
cocaine.
great
I will
news
say
for you,
though-
Ellie. Cal is too distracted to notice you stealing drugs.
But because Fish was pretty close to May, does May get a sense of like something's gone wrong, or like is getting worse? Rather, it's bad. Is my point.
I think with with just kind of without an insight check, you can kind of see like, oh, there may be some concern between Cal and Fish.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially because Kekino is kind of going back and forth between the two of them.
Yeah. Okay. May in the middle, like she would like to take more because obviously you need a lot for a good sample, but like the moment she realizes, oh, okay, there's something's going on, caps it, stows it, stands up. Let's go.
Okay.
And Fish has both their hands in their jacket pockets.
Yep.
No, I was gonna say something, but it's fine.
What
It
were
was
we?
just like Cal considers taking her gloves off. I don't know if she would.
You
Also, I don't know if they
to.
have the same size hands.
Oh, absolutely fucking not.
Yeah.
As you go deeper into the complex, give me another perception check with double advantage for the traps.
Okay. 21.
21. All right. With
Lowest roll was 2.
You keep getting
again.
twos. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 again. You push deeper into the complex, and you finally get sufficiently far away from the ravine that you can no longer hear it. And as you go deeper and deeper, you avoid more traps. Most of them you're able to disable. A few more of them you can just avoid and get people around. And then, just as you are about to turn a corner, who is walking in front other than you?
I assume May is right up
Yeah,
there.
100%. May is like only like the briefest step behind Fish.
Yeah,
and
Cal
has-
behind May.
I was about to say, has Cal fallen back? Yeah.
Then I need yeah, it would just be May and Fish to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
What
sweet.
dice do I use?
You should just go to in Kiln
Yeah.
abilities, and actually no, health and combat saving throws.
Which of my 3 dice should I use? Of my 3 d20s?
I don't know. How's the pink been rolling?
Well, check the chat. The one that you sent me is the pink that's giving me the 2.
Oh, I don't
So
even know what
thanks.
that
Don't use that one.
Oh, but it's
Is it
Patrick
pretty.
15?
Sabotage.
15
Yeah,
for
It
me.
is. It's my favorite.
Patrick Salvatage. 15 for May?
Yeah.
Dexterity.
Mhm.
13.
13. Okay. As you round the corner, you feel something click, and you both manage to throw yourself backwards before anything too major happens, but you both get clipped as the flamethrowers activate outside this hallway. Let me just see this. Okay, wow. Yeah, you got very lucky. You both get 2 points of fire damage, and that's it. As you're sort of beating out a little bit of the sleeve of the coat, like, God damn, I don't want to ruin this so soon.
And Fish says out loud, "Asshole! That's 4 less hours you have now, dipshit."
I will admit that one was not hooked up to the larger security system. Didn't know about that. But I think it makes sense given the lab we're heading to. Why don't we step out for just a moment and give everyone a view?
Player question: when Fish takes the 2 damage, is it 2 out of the current maximum, or does that also take the maximum?
No, they just have 20 out of 22.
Okay.
A healing
Um,
potion. Cal's out of spells, but a healing potion could give us those
I
2
have
hours back, I think.
I have
Yeah.
Goodberry, which is pretty useless, but luckily y'all only took 2 damage, so I can feed Manfish some shitty little berries.
Um, First, I want you to give me a nature or survival check to kind of find, ground broken enough for a magical plant to grow. And
Yeah.
as the rest of you kind of step out into the hallway while Isle is doing this, you see a large kind of vault door right at the end of the hallway, very similar to the door to Jonas's lab that you entered.
Hmm. So when we find your brother in here and you've told us that you're unique, what are you gonna say about that? Like, won't egg be on your face?
No, 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 no. I have no siblings, only children.
I was about to say can't relate, but I can. I've got Kakano.
You may have siblings. Who knows?
Don't. I'm not even
Anyway.
engaging with that.
Anyway, this is another development lab similar to my own, trying to create, just like me, an army to fight against the faceless. It's actually really interesting this technology seems to have survived into your day. You'd call them hollow men, I believe.
Oh,
I can't know anymore whether they are active or inactive. So I would say be careful. Be ready for a fight. What was that nature or survival check for Isle?
Fucking nat 20, because sure.
Oh my god.
So
Okay.
26.
You only have to like walk down the hallway just like 3 steps before you're like, "Uh-huh, here, here, here." Just going to take the glaive a little bit and just like pop, and then just like small chunk of rock that was already broken pops out. Fresh loamy soil right there, and you're like, "Nice. Let's get a good berry out of that." And you cast good
Mhm.
berry?
Yes.
Okay, that gets 10 berries, right?
It says up to 10 berries, so I'm not sure if I roll a d10 or anything.
Let me double check. Um
Unless you want to give me 10 berries.
oh
I
yeah,
did
and
roll a
no,
nat 20.
you did roll a nat 20, and I don't believe it's a roll. I think it just you
You just
choose how many
however many
appear.
you feel.
So you stick you kind of stick your fingertips into this soil and draw out just a little bit of the nature magic that is sort of endemic to you, that you've sort of grown and cultivated in your time in the wild. And as you pull your fingers out, little root tendrils are attached to the end, and then they start
There a warden
growing,
there?
and they bloom into a flower, and then the flower dies, and 10 little red berries appear on the vine and just pop, 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 drop into your hand.
I
Uh,
take the berries and I wordlessly give them to both Fish and me.
okay. Isle is
Two for
probably
each.
out of sight while
The fuck up, Mooney.
oh my god, what a reference. Uh as as Isle just like walks out from a side hallway where you didn't see what she did and hands you like bright red berries, what
Normal behavior.
what do you do?
Well, Fish trusts her and knows that she wouldn't give them poison, so they just go, "Oh yeah,
The
thank you."
berries.
You just pop them in your mouth?
Yep, thank you. Sincerely,
You got it.
thanks.
I think May is more confused than suspicious, but seeing Fish just be like, "Yep, no problem," she like kind of does the same, but she's like, "What the fuck is
They'll be like,
what?"
I will be like, you eat it. It's food.
As
Okay.
do you distribute any of the berries to anyone else?
No, they're going in the pouch. But well, if someone does anyone need them? I don't think they do.
I will say in
Yes, you do,
addition,
baby. You got it hurt.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, yeah.
Oh, then yes.
You
Metal
can
too.
opt
Yes.
not to take
thought-
it, but like,
But I thought
you,
it was
you
short
did get
rest.
some damage.
You shot your hand.
You did get
Yeah,
some
yeah.
damage after your short rest, so
and then
Oh,
you didn't
okay.
choose to necessarily like, yeah. And then I also don't. Even if she had, you'd have to have rolled hit dice to get recovered, anyways.
Mm,
Oh.
okay.
So
Well, we-
everybody,
Yes.
I was
I
not
give
hit at
Isle-
any
or-
point.
blah, blah, blah.
So
also the
I'll
sequence
give
of events
berries
was
to
to metal. Also the sequence of events was you all sitting down, chilling, relaxing, dealing with this Jonas situation, having side conversations, having lunch, and you're like, cool, we're rested, we're ready, let's go destroy this magic trap, blow a piece of your hand off. So
Mhm.
it was definitely after you would have healed.
Got it. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so there are up to 10 berries to distribute among you. Everyone, for every berry you eat, you regain 1 hit point.
Well, Fish ate 2.
Oh.
I'm just gonna say they just
Okay.
did 2.
2 for fish.
May follow suit, I guess. Yeah, too.
Okay, 2 for May. And
Uh,
then how many does Metal need?
how many?
I'm
How many does Mads need? I give Mads 500 good minutes to heal.
baby, you lost 2 from the gun. Did you lose any in the fight?
I did. Okay, so the thing is, in my in my deliriousness last night, I forgot that you have to roll hit dice, and I was just like, "Oh, short rest. I'm back to normal." So I
Oh.
forgot what it was. So maybe I'll just take the rest and say I'm good.
We'll
I don't
call
know.
it even. I'm fine with that.
All right, yeah. I think that's
Okay.
fair.
Sorry
The
about
three
that.
of you, the 3 of you that eat them, you also feel like a little bit full. It was just a tiny little berry, but it feels like it expands in your stomach, like kind of Willy Wonka meal in a jawbreaker style, and you're like, that was like a good snack. Like I feel like I had a nice like half a sandwich with a single berry.
I made them taste like donuts for you.
They absolutely do not taste like donuts, but they do taste like berries.
Why do you hate fun, Patrick?
Because I don't want a future situation, since you will get probably some kind of transformation or illusion magic where you're like, look, I have a donut for you.
In what? Am I gonna lure Jonas out with a donut? Is that
Maybe.
what you're worried
Maybe
about?
that's his weakness. You don't know.
God.
But yes, you all stop in front of this vault door into the lab that may or may not contain sort of active hollow men. What do
Well, the good news is that Fish has warned everyone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fish has warned everyone. What are you going to do?
I guess May's going to, on the basis that Fish has said, open the door, baby, going to tentatively open the door.
No, they did. They said there's guys in there. Open the door, baby.
Okay, never mind. It was
Yeah,
He
no,
goes,
they've told
"What?"
they've been like, yeah, there's a hollow man in there.
Okay. I'm just going to confirm because it's been a long time since I actually actively thought about hollow men. I know their skin is like paper thin. Is the gas harmful? I can't remember, or is it just like? Bleh?
It's just gross, I
It's
think.
just
Yeah.
nasty. Yeah.
It's nasty.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
They're
keep in-
particularly weak to fire? Question mark. Yes. That's what
They
my
ignite, don't they?
yes. That's what my brain is saying. I'm flashing back to Hansard's train.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say
yeah,
that's
literally.
probably meta knowledge. I don't know if any of you would
Oh
know.
no, I'm just
Yeah.
letting us know as players, but
Yeah.
it's in there.
Does Sinner know about hollow men? He's worked some shitty jobs. Surely he knows what hollow men
Yeah,
are.
they
Let
are.
me check. You know what? That's a very good point. Let me
I can imagine him
roll.
being like, "All right, I'm gonna beat the shit out of these things."
What kind of check do I want him to make? I guess a history check. Now let me just do a flat luck check. I'll do it that way. He's got a -1 to intelligence. I'm not gonna make him do that.
He can't help it.
I'm so glad you brought luck up because now I want to roll like if we can get lucky enough that fish doesn't die.
Maybe we'll see. Do you tell Sinner specifically like, oh, Hollow Man?
Well, I
Yes.
mean, wouldn't everyone have heard? Yeah.
Okay. Sinner is like, yeah. I mean, I've never kind of worked with them. I did punch one once on a dare.
Blew it up.
It just kind of like I definitely put my fist through it, but it was kind of like bouncy and squishy. Like the punches weren't doing what they should. You know what I mean? Kind of the rare time I wish I had a knife or something.
What about his? Sorry, this is a player, but like he has the spiky gauntlet. Oh no, sorry, that's my own fan art interpretation. Do the gauntlets have spikes, like anything
They
sharp
do.
on them, or are they just like plate? Oh, they okay, cool. So
They
like,
they
Well,
do. They
he
do
didn't have them yet.
Yeah.
yeah. No, I was just checking, but now he'll be able to just logically, if all goes well, puncture them.
Maybe. Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, again, it's the kind of thing of like, it's also like, oh, we're taking our knowledge of modern Hollow Men and applying them to like the prototype
1950s, yeah.
version.
Oh
No,
yeah.
like no, not like we're taking
ancient
1950s
Hollow
Oh, right,
Hollow
yeah.
Men and do them to like prototype, 8000 BCE Hollow Men.
Oh, what if? Sorry, this is a player thought. What if the dust is what's animating them in this? Because we had like the bit of leather that died, right? Like that could have been skin or something. I'm
Very possible, I think.
I guess May is going to turn to the group and be like, "Shall we risk it? If Jonas wants us to go in there."
Where else would
Is
we
there-
go?
There's no other way around.
No other way that I know of, but possible.
And you can be wrong.
I can be wrong. It has been a long, long time since I was in this part of the facility. And these creatures were, I guess you could say, my competitors for research, if that makes sense.
Oh, well, then you
I
won't be
would-
torn up about it if we have to kill him.
Oh, no, please do. When I was shelved, I understand that some of my developers went to this project. They're disgusting, if you ask me, but apparently very inexpensive.
But you have a taste for the finer things, Jonas.
I like to think so.
But too high maintenance, I'm gathering.
Give me a persuasion check, because Jonas's like first instinct is to be like, no, fuck you, thing about my backstory. So I want to see if he like resists the urge to tell you stuff.
Okay. Persuasion, that's 17.
17. Okay, let's see what he gets. Yeah. He says, I suppose you could call it high maintenance, but mostly I couldn't create more of me. Create my children and they forget the entire mission, go off and just break things. It's not my fault.
Yeah, well, maybe it's a parent's responsibility to teach their children to be good.
Good.
Not that I'd
is
really
an
know.
interesting choice of words in this context, but I assure you I will be finding my children and correcting them now.
And so am I their uncle? If you're Kakano's uncle?
Would you like to be their uncle? I could introduce you. You would look positively exquisite with the black veins.
No deals for now. Let's discuss it later. Let's get the fuck through here.
Very well. Proceed. And you go forward and open the door.
Mm-hmm.
You swing open the door, and the first thing you see is a large tank that seems to be full of a bubbling liquid, and it is like bolted into the center of this kind of five-pointed room, kind of a pentagram shape, and tubes and such flow out to 5 steel platforms on the ground in between some okay, I did delete the search after I double checked.
I wasn't
Yes,
even
it was.
snooping.
Yes, it
I
was
wasn't-
open to that chapter. I deleted the search. I just forgot to move it back to a different chapter.
I
Okay?
wasn't even snooping. I just opened it up for my own thing, and it was like Fletcher talking to the twins at the club, and I was like, I don't fucking like that.
I had to make sure there wasn't a lore reason why this wouldn't work. And you see this room, this lab, lights on, bubbling and active, and stepping around. Dum, dum, dum. Creatures. Not the hollow men you've heard of. Very rough, very different. What you see is, rather than a sort of humanoid shape, more of an egg shape of yellow leather. And there are eyes all over it at seemingly random intervals. And
How
they
big are
all,
we talking?
a little bit shorter than you.
Cool.
And they all turn.
Are we fighting minions?
Yes. No, but you are fighting something that kind of vaguely looks like minions. I realize. Oh God. I realized they were kind of minion-like after I made them. So yeah. They all turn towards you as the door opens, and from nowhere, because they have no mouths, you just hear, and they charge you. You all
Completely
need
cut
to
off, Patrick.
You all need to roll initiative. Yeah, it was too high.
I got to enjoy it. Your parents are asleep.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, roll initiative.
19.
Party.
Let me
15.
But I don't wanna.
Ooh.
Okay, hold on, one at a time. Okay, for Isle.
14. Oh, it's a horrid
Metal.
little olive. Sorry, I just saw it.
Mm-hmm. A horrid little
Ew,
olive.
ew, gross, gross, gross.
Yep.
It's like the egg alien from one of those Goosebumps books. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. But I also realized it's like if one of those artists or AI filters who exclusively do like Disney princess if she was a realistic hag or something like that. It's Minions, but realistic and gross.
Yeah.
What did Metal get for initiative?
So you got a 4.
A 4. All right.
Oi,
best.
my baby girl.
It's for the best.
For
This is
Cal,
horrifying.
15.
15. Okay, for May,
19.
19. And for Fish,
10.
10. And we will roll Sinners. He rolls with advantage for initiative rolls, which is a weird ability, but sure, why not? My god, my guy. That is 2 natural 4s for a total of 5.
He's still shaking.
May,
He's still
you
shaken by
broke him. Yeah, I was
everything.
like, May, you broke him. May, you implied you wanted to fuck him, and now he's
And
Yeah.
now
down.
gone.
He's very distracted.
If we had asked what his greatest fear was, he'd say weird little eggs with eyeballs
Women.
come to life.
Little eggs with eyeballs. It's very specific, but I had a
Very
dream when I was
specifically.
4, and I never shook it.
And, he's really upset about having to be small.
He is really
You're
upset
tough
about
day.
having to be
Like,
small.
Cal doesn't know. Cal will never know that they
Yeah.
were the same
That he
size.
can be small.
That is where we will end our session for the night. We will pick up with this battle first time next session. And I don't have it quite ready yet, but I will give you the battle map ahead of time this time because I know you like to plan